Chapter 1575. Little Rice Dumpling is finally going to be crowned a king. The king-naming tower stood on the king-naming island. It seemed to be infinitely high, with no end in sight. This seemed to be another world, another heaven and earth. However, this was still part of the Lingwu sacred world. It was the core of the Lingwu sacred world. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was not as dense, but it was terrifyingly pure. It was comparable to the saint energy of a 9th-level saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Once one's saint energy was exhausted, it could be quickly recovered. After that, Chunzong felt numerous extremely sharp gazes focused on him. Those gazes seemed to be filled with ghastly coldness and killing intent. It was as if they wanted to penetrate him and destroy his soul. Gong Tianxing, the heavenly god of the Taishan Holy Temple. Chunzong was slightly surprised. It turned out that these people had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage less than 10 years ago. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. In a competition between peers, according to their cultivation talent and background, it was normal for them to surpass him in cultivation. After all, even if it was Gong Tianxing, Chunzong had to admit that Gong Tianxing's talent in cultivation was better than his. Of course, there are many kinds of talent in a cultivator. Some focused on qi cultivation, some focused on body refining, and some focused on martial arts. They were all different. Gong Tianxing's qi cultivation talent was better than his, but that was nothing. Chunzong had never thought that his talent was the highest. Talent was important to cultivators, but the final battle was still about strength. Without strength, it was useless even if one had talent. Although his cultivation was not as high as Gong Tianxing's, in terms of strength, Gong Tianxing was no match for him. Chunzong believed that it would be the same now. However, the Taishan Holy Sun was worthy of Chunzong's attention. A strong opponent. A strong opponent. There was no doubt that the Taishan Holy Sun was extremely talented and powerful. He was a strong opponent now. Although Chunzong's strength had improved by leaps and bounds over the years, he was many times stronger than when he was in the Lingwu Sacred Land. However, the Taishan Holy Sun was extremely talented. His strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, during the battle at the Lingwu Sacred Ground, Chunzong felt that the Taishan Saint had not used his full strength. While Chunzong regarded the Taishan Saint's son as a formidable opponent, the Taishan Saint's son was also wary of Chunzong. Originally, he had thought that it was just a slightly stronger ant, but it had exceeded his expectations time and time again, to the extent that he had no choice but to take it seriously. Moreover, the other party's background was obviously not as good as his. Subconsciously, the Taishan Saint felt that Chunzong was more of a threat to him than the Sky Frost Saint and the Ancient Saint. Since they were enemies, he had to kill them as soon as possible to prevent them from becoming a huge threat in the future. Unfortunately, no one was allowed to fight in the King Bestowment Pagoda. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the King Bestowment Pagoda's will. If they failed to challenge the King Bestowment Pagoda, they would be expelled from the pagoda. If they succeeded, their title would be revoked. If they obtained a title and were revoked because of fighting, they would suffer a great loss and become a laughingstock. Logically speaking, the Taishan Saint Sun would not take the initiative to attack Chunzong. This was because once he attacked, he would immediately be punished by the King Bestowment Pagoda before he could even hit his opponent. Since he could not attack, Chunzong did not have the intention to look any further. He slowly scanned the crowd and instantly saw many familiar faces. These faces were all exceptional prodigies who had participated in the Lingwu Sacred Ground battle. Although they were not all of them, they were still a part of them. Chunzong could not help but smile. So many exceptional prodigies had come to challenge the King Bestowment Pagoda. It would definitely be very lively. This is even more interesting, the Sky Frost Saint Sun said to himself as he glanced at Chunzong. A few years ago, Chunzong had displayed amazing talent and strength. He had been able to face the Taishan Saint Sun head-on without being defeated. A few years had passed, and with the opportunities they had obtained in the Lingwu Sacred Ground and their own abilities, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Chunzong's improvement was definitely not small either. Just the aura he exuded was enough to tell that he was in the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. On the path of cultivation, the further one progressed, the harder it was to improve. In just 6 to 7 years, one's cultivation had risen from the late 5th Heaven Saint realm to the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. It was extremely fast. Most cultivators would not be able to achieve this. Moreover, for top exceptional prodigies, cultivation was only a small part of their strength. However, when one's cultivation increased, their strength would increase significantly. Regardless of whether it was the Sky Frost Saint Sun or the Ancient Suppression Saint Sun, they were not confident that they could defeat Shinzong. Unknowingly, a person from a humble background had reached such heights. It made them feel like they were facing the Taishan Saint Sun. Although Chu Wang Shi, Chu Yuqing, Wei Chong Tian, and the others were also top exceptional prodigies, they had broken through to the Saint realm a few years earlier than Chunzong and the others. Therefore, they had already passed the King Naming Tower. Beside the King Title Pagoda, there were 9 gigantic stone tablets. The color of the stone tablets was exactly the same as the King Titled Pagoda. They were formed by the fusion of 9 different colors. Although they looked black, they weren't actually black. Instead, they were formed by the fusion of different colors. It was as if they were absorbing all light. The 9 stone tablets were called the King Naming Tablets. They were called the 1-colored King Naming Tablet, the 2-colored King Naming Tablet, and so on until they reached the 9-colored King Naming Tablet. On the 1-colored King Title Monument, Chunzong could see countless titles and names. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Every title and name was red. Some gave off a red light, while others were dimmer. Chunzong knew that those titles and names that were still glowing meant that the person was still alive, while those that were dimmed meant that the person had died. The titles and names on the 2-colored Bestowment King tablet were also densely packed together. It was very complicated, but the titles and names were orange in color. The 3-colored King Naming Tablet was also densely packed with titles and names, but they were yellow in color. The Lingwu Holy World had existed for countless years, and the King Naming Tower had also existed for countless years. Almost every year, saints would come to the King Naming Tower. The only difference was the number. Although not everyone could successfully challenge the King Naming Tower and obtain a title, over the countless years since ancient times, geniuses had appeared from generation to generation. Over time, the number of people who could obtain a title was innumerable. The 1-colored Heavenly Tablet, 2-colored Heavenly Tablet, and 3-colored Heavenly Tablet were the easiest to obtain. The titles and names on the 1-colored Heavenly Tablet were naturally densely packed together. Once one succeeded in challenging the King Naming Tower, a heavenly flower would appear. The heavenly flower was divided into 9 colors. The 9 colors were red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, silver, and gold. When a heavenly flower with more colors appeared, the area it affected would be larger, and it would be easier for people to notice it. Normally, heavenly flowers with less than 3 colors could only be seen clearly in the King Naming Tower's small world. As for Tianyuan's sacred region, it was completely unknown. Only 4-colored heavenly flowers would appear in Tianyuan's sacred region, but the area was very small and the movement was also very small. Only people in a small area could see it. Chunzong looked at the King Naming Tablets one by one. The more colors there were, the fewer names there were. However, since ancient times, there had been too many geniuses. Therefore, there were still many names on the 4-colored, 5-colored, and 6-colored King Naming Tablets. However, when it came to the 7-colored King Naming Tablet, the number of titles and names decreased. According to the Lingwu Sacred World's ancient genius rankings, there were General, Marquis, Monarch, King, Emperor, and one that seemed to only exist in legends. Surpassing ancient meant surpassing the past and present. Therefore, it was a legend. There were very few Emperor-level geniuses. Sometimes, there were no Emperor-level geniuses in a generation. Geniuses of the same level were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Basically, those who could obtain 4-colored heavenly flowers were at least king-level geniuses. As for 6-colored heavenly flowers, they were the top king-level geniuses. As for 7-colored heavenly flowers, only emperor-level geniuses were qualified to obtain them. Very few top king-level geniuses could also obtain them. Only the more outstanding emperor-level geniuses could obtain 8-colored heavenly flowers. As for the highest 9-colored heavenly flower, only the top emperor-level geniuses would obtain them. As for the legendary king-naming geniuses, the highest 9-colored heavenly flower was the highest level in the Lingwu sacred world. Chunzong's gaze swept across and finally focused on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. The 9-colored king-naming tablet had the least number of titles and names. There were only 13 of them. This meant that since ancient times, there had only been 13 people who could cause 9-colored heavenly flowers to descend. This showed how difficult it was. These 13 people were definitely the top emperor-level geniuses. However, the top emperor-level geniuses might not be listed on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. Most of them were listed on the 8-colored king-naming tablet. Chunzong also saw that there were hundreds of titles and names on the 8-colored king-naming tablet. As for the 7-colored king-naming tablet, there were tens of thousands of titles and names. Thinking about it, it was quite shocking. However, since ancient times, it was normal for the vast Lingwu sacred world to give birth to many emperor-level geniuses. Especially before the ancient war, when the Lingwu sacred world's laws and will were complete, there were more emperor-level geniuses. It could be said that 2/3 of the geniuses on the king-naming tablet were from before the ancient war, while 1/3 were from the Tianyuan sacred world. Chunzong thought that with his talent and ability, he could at least be listed on the 7-colored king-naming tablet. It was even possible for him to be listed on the 8-colored king-naming tablet. As for the 9-colored king-naming tablet, it was hard to say. After all, since ancient times, only 13 geniuses have been listed on a 9-colored king-naming tablet. It was too difficult. Chunzong's eyes narrowed. He saw a very familiar title on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. Emperor of Lingwu. Emperor of Lingwu. Could it be Emperor Lingwu? Chunzong thought to himself. It was very likely. Indeed, Emperor of Lingwu was Emperor Lingwu. The titles in the king-naming tower were not necessarily the same as a person's title. For example, Emperor of Lingwu and Emperor Lingwu were the same person. However, when he entered the king-naming tower, Emperor Lingwu was not that powerful. Hence, he was called Emperor of Lingwu. The title of Emperor Lingwu was given to him after he became more powerful. Chapter 1576. Only one person was allowed to enter the king-naming pagoda at a time. The next person could only enter after they had exited the pagoda. There was no such thing as first come, first served. Everything depended on one's strength. Of course, it was also because they could not fight in the pagoda. They could not give the other party any face. However, once they left the pagoda, it could turn into a life and death feud. Now, there were still people trying to enter the pagoda. The others could only wait. As long as they entered the king-naming pagoda, no matter how long they stayed, they would not miss the 10-year deadline. It was very strange. Similarly, one's energy could be recovered quickly in the pagoda. However, no matter how one cultivated, the speed of improvement was similar to the outside world. Otherwise, if someone came here and purposely stayed here without leaving the pagoda, wouldn't they be able to use the pure energy in the pagoda to raise their cultivation to an extremely high level? At that moment, a ray of light seemed to rise from the bottom of the king-naming pagoda. In an instant, a few colors flashed across the king-naming pagoda and shot up into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated through the sky above the king-naming pagoda, spreading out in all directions. It was mighty and contained an indescribable Tao rhythm. Red, orange, yellow, green. A total of 4 colors of the sky exploded in the sky. It was as dazzling and eye-catching as fireworks. It was dazzling, mesmerizing, and seemed to contain infinite mysteries. It was too much for the eyes to take in. They did not even blink as they stared at it. Smallpox. Chunzong could not help but exclaim. This was a smallpox. It looked so dazzling, mesmerizing, mysterious, and boundless. Then, a new name appeared on the four-colored king-naming pagoda. Then, a figure shot out from the king-naming pagoda and appeared in front of everyone. Many people looked over with envy in their eyes. Four-colored smallpox was very rare. In an instant, a few figures turned into streams of light and flew towards the king-naming pagoda at an astonishing speed. One of the figures sped up and crashed into the king-naming pagoda. The other figures were blocked by an invisible force and stopped. They were not hurt at all. The crowd continued to wait. It seemed that they did not have to wait for long before flowers fell. Three-colored smallpox. Scram! The Taishan Holy Sun was unusually domineering. His terrifying aura, which had reached the early 8th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, burst out in all directions and blasted all the competitors away. This did not count as attacking others. Hence, he would not be punished by the king-naming pagoda. It could be said that the Taishan Saint Sun had the highest cultivation among everyone present. In terms of cultivation, only the Skyfrost Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun could match him. No one else could. Moreover, the Taishan Saint Sun's strength could be said to be the strongest here. At least, it was publicly acknowledged. No one dared to challenge him. Instantly, the Taishan Saint entered the king-naming tower. I wonder how many heavenly flowers the great abstruse saint can detonate. One of the geniuses asked in a low voice. 9-colored heavenly flower. A disciple of the Taishan sacred palace said solemnly. His words were full of faith in the Taishan sacred sun. 9 colors. Gong Tianxing also said, similarly incomparably confident. Every disciple of the Taishan Saint Palace was confident that the Taishan Saint Sun could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. The Taishan Saint Sun was extremely talented and powerful, so the possibility of him detonating the 9-colored heavenly flower was not small. Time passed slowly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Everyone was very patient. After all, to be able to cultivate to the saint realm, those without patience would not be able to go far. Soon, 2 hours passed, and the Taishan Saint Sun was still in the tower. 3 hours passed, and the Taishan Saint Sun was still in the tower. Chunzong had never entered the king-naming tower before, so he was not very clear about what it was like. 4 hours passed. Suddenly, an extremely bright light shot up from the bottom of the king-naming tower, causing the entire king-naming tower to flicker with brilliant light. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light shot up into the sky from the top of the king-naming tower, exploding in the clear blue sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. It was the 7-colored heavenly flower. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. The 7-colored heavenly flower was definitely not the Taishan Saint Sun's limit. In an instant, a majestic silver stream of light shot up into the sky and exploded in the center of the 7-colored heavenly flower. It turned into thousands of dazzling silver streams of light, drawing an extremely beautiful trajectory. The trajectory was pleasing to the eye and contained infinite mysteries. The 8-colored heavenly flower. Everyone's expression turned grave. Could cause the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode? One had to know that there were hundreds of names on the 8-colored king-naming monument, but there were only 13 on the 9-colored king-naming monument. If it caused the 9-colored heavenly flower to explode, it was destined to be listed on the 9-colored king-naming monument, shocking both the past and the present. Light suddenly shot up into the sky from the king-naming tower. It was a touch of gold, a dazzling gold that dazzled everyone. Golden light, the last color. The golden light was as dazzling as a comet, instantly exploding in the sky. Countless golden lights filled half of the sky, illuminating half of the originally clear blue sky. The 9-colored heavenly flower. Many people were dumbfounded. At the same time, the 9-colored heavenly flower seemed to be born from nothingness and bloomed in the sky above Tianyuan sacred region. The 9-colored heavenly flower. Immediately, Many people looked up into the sky and saw the nine-colored heavenly flower exploding at the highest point of the sky. They were extremely shocked. How many years has it been? Someone actually caused the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode again. Heavenly flowers appeared in the sky one after another, falling in all directions. Their trajectories were mysterious, and they emitted an incomparably profound aura. This aura covered the sky and covered the earth, as if it was endless, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. The nine-colored heavenly flower was a phenomenon of the highest level in the king-naming tower. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to cause it to explode. It had been thousands of years since the last nine-colored heavenly flower explosion. After thousands of years, someone had actually caused it to explode again. It was undeniably shocking. In fact, it was already very shocking to be able to cause the seven-colored heavenly flower to explode, and it was even more shocking to cause the eight-colored heavenly flower to explode. The nine-colored heavenly flower was even more shocking. Every person who could cause the eight-colored heavenly flower to explode would be famous throughout the ages. As for the nine-colored heavenly flower, it was even more indescribable. I wonder who caused the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. In the profound world, the people of the Taishan sacred palace looked up at the sky. Seeing the dazzling nine-colored heavenly flower explode, they all revealed a look of confidence. In this generation, only senior brother Tianshan can cause the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. That's right. Other than senior brother Tianshan, no one else can cause the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. This was confidence. It was the Taishan Sacred Palace's unparalleled confidence in the Taishan Saint's son. An elder with a long white beard smiled. He stroked his soft white beard and said calmly, "The one who caused the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode must be the Saint's son." That's right. Other than the Saint's son, who else has such ability? The other elders all agreed. Confidence. Confidence. This showed how shocking the Taishan Saint's son was. And their guesses were not wrong. Indeed, it was the Taishan Saint's son who had caused the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. It was extremely shocking. In the king-naming tower, the light of the nine-colored heavenly flower was still flowing in the sky. A figure wrapped in nine-colored light suddenly flew out of the king-naming tower and fell like a comet. The nine-colored light retracted into the body, revealing a peerless figure. The Taishan Saint's son. Chun Zong acutely sensed that the Taishan Saint's son's aura seemed to have changed. It was a bit different. It seemed to be more complete and compatible with this world. This meant that the Taishan Saint's son had received a high level of recognition from the king-naming tower and the Lingwu Sacred World's will. The more colorful the heavenly flower exploded in the king-naming tower, the higher the level of recognition and the deeper one's comprehension of the mysteries of the world. Thus, the more talented one was, the more benefits they would receive after passing the king-naming tower. The opposite was true. Those who caused the one-colored heavenly flower to explode didn't receive much recognition. It wouldn't increase their comprehension of the mysteries of the world by much, but it was better than nothing. Immediately, the Skyfrost Saint's son entered the king-naming tower and started to challenge the tower. The Skyfrost Saint's son was one of the three saints of the current generation. In terms of fame, he wasn't inferior to the Taishan Saint's son at all. Thus, many people guessed that the Skyfrost Saint's son might also have a chance to cause the nine-colored heavenly flower to explode. Nearly 4 hours later, bunches of heavenly flowers soared into the sky and exploded, drawing countless arcs of light as they scattered down. Seven-colored. This wasn't the end of the Skyfrost Saint's son. Immediately, the eight-colored silver heavenly flower shot into the sky and exploded in all directions. However, the nine-colored golden heavenly flower didn't appear. Eight-colored. At the same time, there were also eight-colored heavenly flowers falling from the sky in the Tianyuan sacred realm, causing another shock. However, compared to the Taishan Saint's son's nine-colored heavenly flower, the eight-colored heavenly flower didn't cause as much of shock. Under the eight-colored light, the Skyfrost Saint's son appeared outside the king-naming tower. He knew that he'd caused the 8-colored heavenly flower to explode, so he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He couldn't compare to the Taishan Saint Sun. It could be said that the 3 saints were on par before. Although he might not be as strong, many people thought that the 3 saints were on par. However, from now on, the Skyfrost Saint Sun was separated from the Taishan Saint Sun. They were no longer on the same level. From then on, he, the Sky Chill Saint Sun, had to submit to the Great Profound Saint Sun. This feeling was very unpleasant, and the difference was also very big. After the Skyfrost Saint Sun, the Ancient Saint Sun entered the king-naming tower and started to challenge the tower. More than 2 hours later, the Ancient Saint Sun also finished challenging the tower and detonated the 8-colored heavenly flower. In fact, the detonation of the 8-colored heavenly flower was already very shocking. After all, only a few hundred people had detonated the 8-colored heavenly flower since ancient times. Now, 2 people had detonated the 8-colored heavenly flower. However, with the 9-colored heavenly flower in front of them, it was inevitable that they would be affected. It was like when the moon was hanging in the sky. The light of the stars would inevitably be covered. It was something that couldn't be helped. From now on, the era of the 3 saints being on par with each other was over. The Taishan Saint Sun would reign supreme and suppress the previous generation. Many people believed that in this generation, the Taishan Saint Sun would suppress his peers. His name would be known throughout the Tianyuan continent and throughout the ages. Countless people would remember him, as if he was branded in their souls and could never be forgotten. Chapter 1577. Brothers, you can vote for the works and authors at the end of the year. You'll get 5 free votes every day. Please help us vote for the 6 paths of reincarnation and push us up the rankings. There were less than 1,000 Saint Rudiment stage cultivators in the king-naming pagoda. All of them had only broken through in the past 10 years. Therefore, most of them belonged to the younger generation. A few of them were older, but their cultivation bases were not high. In terms of cultivation base, the 3 holy sons were the strongest. All of them were at the early 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The second strongest was at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Gong Tianxing's cultivation base was at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Chunzong's cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, which was considered one of the higher levels among the 1,000 people present. Most of them were at the 2nd and 3rd heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Only a few of them were at the 4th or 5th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. As for the 6th or 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, there were even fewer of them. Although Chunzong's cultivation base was at the early 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, his speed was extremely fast. As soon as he executed the 6th step of the 9 heavens thunder stomp, he overtook several people and charged toward the king-naming pagoda. In order to challenge the king-naming pagoda, one had to either compete with others or wait. After Chunzong saw several people challenging the king-naming pagoda, he wanted to challenge the pagoda as well. The earlier he challenged the pagoda, the earlier he could obtain a title. Then, he would be able to cultivate and improve himself. Fight! Gong Tianxing's cultivation base was the highest among them. He was at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from the 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Similarly, Gong Tianxing's speed was extremely fast. He was like a sharp blade that streaked across the sky. The fortuitous encounter in the spiritual martial sacred ground had increased Gong Tianxing's strength and speed by a lot. He was full of confidence. Therefore, he did not challenge the tower before and deliberately waited until now to embarrass the Qin sect. Blade light, lightning. In an instant, he overtook everyone and charged toward the king-naming pagoda at an astonishing speed. Be obedient and line up behind me. Gong Tianxing's voice was cold and stern as it entered Chunzong's ears. The blade light also passed through the lightning in an instant. Chunzong did not reply. Instead, he retaliated with his actions. Thunderclap, 9 heavens, the 7th step. In a flash, the lightning flew past the blade lights and into the kingship pagoda, entering the kingship pagoda. The blade light that followed was immediately blocked by the power of the king-naming pagoda, unable to advance any further. Damn it! Gong Tianqing roared, his face dark. Once again, he was at a disadvantage. Chunzong had become his inner demon. In the past few years, Chunzong had made him feel uncomfortable all the time. Half of his motivation for cultivation was to surpass Chunzong and kill Chunzong. Originally, he thought that with the opportunities he had obtained and the resources of the Supreme Profound Sacred Palace, his cultivation would increase even more, and his speed would also increase significantly. Although they couldn't directly attack here, they could use other ways to oppress the other party. For example, if the other party wanted to enter the king-naming pagoda, he would compete with them and suppress them in terms of speed. He would then be able to enter the king-naming pagoda first. At the very least, he would feel a little better. What he did not expect was that even though he had improved so much, his speed was still inferior to Chunzong's. After suffering another blow, Gong Tianqing had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only suppress it. The moment Chunzong's body came into contact with the king-naming pagoda, the king-naming pagoda disappeared as if it did not exist. Then, Chunzong appeared on the first level of the king-naming pagoda. It was a pitch-black space. He could not even see his fingers in front of him. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up in the distance. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard. It was especially clear in the darkness. Every step was rhythmic, as if it had been precisely calculated. With every step, the clear footsteps were filled with the charm of a powerful army. It was as if they were stepping on his heart. It made Chunzong feel as if the rhythm of his heartbeat was also affected. However, this effect was nothing to Chunzong. It had no effect at all. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. As the ray of light cut through the darkness, a figure appeared in front of Chunzong. It was a man in armor. He was burly and had a saber at his waist. He walked over step by step. With every step he took, his aura condensed and became more powerful. Vaguely, there seemed to be a saber shadow condensing in the air, and saber light appeared in the surroundings. Very strong. The aura of the armored man was the same as Chunzong's. He was an early 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. This was one of the rules of the king-naming pagoda. His cultivation was the same as the challenger. The aura of the armored man was stronger than an ordinary early 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. His strength should be the same as well. In other words, an ordinary Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to pass the king-naming pagoda and obtain a title. According to the rules of the king-naming pagoda, only by defeating the opponent on the first level would one be able to trigger the heavenly flower. It seemed easy, but it was not. Just the opponents on the first level had limited the number of Saint Realm cultivators, preventing them from obtaining a title. A title was bestowed by the king-naming pagoda. It represented a higher level of recognition from the will of heaven and earth. Those who could obtain a title were true elites. Of course, it was not easy to obtain one. Chunzong stood in place and observed. The armored man's footsteps suddenly quickened. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Actually, the best method was to take the initiative to attack, taking advantage of the fact that the opponent's aura had not been completely condensed to the extreme. Otherwise, when the opponent's aura had been condensed to the extreme, the opponent's attack would be at its peak, extremely terrifying, and even more difficult to deal with. However, Chunzong did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he allowed his opponent to condense his aura. 10 steps. When the armored man was 10 steps away from Chunzong, his footsteps seemed to pause for a moment. Immediately after, his aura, which had been condensed to the extreme, erupted in an instant. The shadow of his blade soared through the air, and the blade light that surrounded his body also condensed in an instant, converging into the long blade at his waist. In a split second, the armored right hand grabbed the hilt of the saber and suddenly pulled out the long saber from his waist. An extremely strong saber light shot out from the scabbard like an aurora. Just the aura of the saber was astonishing. It was as if it could split everything in front of it in half. Then, the long saber light condensed into a single entity. It was filled with murderous intent and terrifying power. It was as if it was going to kill its enemies on the battlefield. This was an ultimate saber strike. It was an unparalleled saber strike that could split everything. All the strength and faith of the armored man were condensed in this saber strike. Not to mention an early 7th Heaven Saint realm cultivator. Even an ordinary intermediate 7th Heaven Saint realm cultivator would not be able to withstand such a saber strike. It completely eliminated the possibility of an ordinary Saint realm cultivator breaking through the King's Sealing Tower and detonating the Heavenly Flower to obtain a title. However, Chunzong was not an ordinary cultivator. He didn't draw his sword. Instead, he slid his feet slightly. However, it was only an inch, but he managed to avoid that terrifying sure-kill strike. Although the power of this slash was incomparably strong, in Chunzong's eyes, it seemed to be nothing. Soon after, the second blade changed direction and slashed horizontally. It was still like a blade technique used on the battlefield. It abandoned all elegance and only pursued the simplest and purest killing. However, Chunzong still managed to dodge the second attack. However, the distance between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how amazing the saber technique of this armored man was, he could not touch Chunzong at all. On the other hand, Chunzong was observing his opponent's bladesmanship while dodging. Saber techniques were also martial arts. One could also absorb the essence of saber techniques and integrate it into one's own sword techniques. After about 7 slashes, Chunzong had grasped the essence of the armored man's saber technique. Then, he pointed his finger like a sword and shattered the extremely powerful saber light. He even sent the armored man flying as if he had been hit by an ancient giant beast. A hole appeared between his eyebrows. He had killed with a single blow. Soon after, a ray of light shone from above. It was the light that led to the second level of the king-naming pagoda. Chunzong stepped into the light without hesitation. His body was so fast that it seemed like he was ascending. Soon, Chunzong stepped into the second level. The second level was also a dark space. Light shone on it. Soon after, footsteps sounded. It was not a single set of footsteps, but rather 2. The 2 footsteps approached in unison. They were filled with killing intent and determination. 2 figures appeared in front of Chunzong. They were also armored men with long sabers at their waists. The aura fluctuations of these 2 armored men were also in the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. He could feel that the aura fluctuations of these 2 armored men were the same as the one on the first level. Chunzong still did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he waited for his opponents to attack first. The aura of the 2 armored men continued to condense, becoming more and more tyrannical. They stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, forming an encirclement. The aura of the 2 combined in an instant, as if they were one, and instantly increased by several times. In this way, the strength of these 2 armored men was not as simple as doubling. It was 3, 4, or even 5 times stronger. The threat they brought was even more shocking. Ordinary late 7th Heaven Saint realm cultivators were no match for them. Slash! Both sabers were unsheathed. Saber light shot out like lightning. It was the same saber technique on the battlefield. It was extremely sharp, but when the saber was used together, the force of each saber was at least twice as strong. It was even more terrifying. However, Chunzong still slid to the side to avoid them. He remained calm and unruffled. Soon after, he pointed out with his finger like a sword and killed the 2 armored men. In this way, Chunzong passed the second level and could ignite the 2-colored heavenly flower. However, the 2-colored heavenly flower was too little for Chunzong. It was too low-end. The third level, there were now 3 armored men. They had the same cultivation, the same aura, and the same saber technique. However, when the 3 of them formed a formation, their power was even more terrifying and tyrannical. It was difficult to resist. But to Chunzong, there was no difference between 2 and 3 because the difference in strength was already so great that it was shocking. The sword finger shot out and killed 3 of the war-armored men. The fourth level was completely different from the first 3 levels. It was not a dark space, but a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It made Chunzong feel as if he had arrived at a beautiful mountain. The scenery was pleasant, and the air was fresh. It was refreshing. When he breathed, the pure air entered his body and filled his lungs. It was incomparably comfortable. It was as if all distractions had been eliminated. He stood tall between heaven and earth, feeling refreshed. This made Chunzong very surprised. He did not know what the fourth level of the Monarch Pagoda's test was. Where were his opponents? Where were they? Chapter 1578. The sky was clear, blue, and cloudless. It was like a huge, flawless sapphire, transparent and clear. When one stared at it, one's mind would be cleansed, bright, and pure. One would unknowingly be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. The lake water was green and sparkling, reflecting the sky. The water and the sky were connected. Chunzong stood by the lake. There were no enemies. There was nothing illogical. Was this the test of the fourth level of the king naming pagoda? What was the test? Standing by the lake, Chunzong was silent and deep in thought. He was also waiting for the enemy to appear. However, time passed slowly, but no enemy appeared. Could it be that the test of this level was not about defeating the enemy, but something else? Chunzong's eyes lit up slightly. His thoughts immediately broke away from the original shackles and spread out. Perhaps the test of this level had nothing to do with the enemy. Or it could be said that the enemy on this level was not the same as the enemies on the previous 3 levels, but a hidden enemy. For example, an illusion. The beautiful scenery in front of him could be an illusion. It was so realistic that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Everything was vivid and lifelike, just like the real sky and lake. As soon as he had doubts, Chunzong observed more carefully. His divine consciousness also spread out. Under the tyrannical divine consciousness, Chunzong felt that it was unreal. Sure enough, this was an illusion. It turned out that the test of the 4th level was not direct combat strength, but to see through illusions. In other words, it was a test of divine consciousness. A powerful cultivator not only had to have sufficient strength, but also had to have strong and pure divine consciousness. Neither could be lacking. A true powerhouse had no obvious shortcomings. Chunzong's divine consciousness was much stronger and purer than those of the same level. It was not inferior even to those of a half-step great sage. Therefore, as soon as he had doubts, he quickly found the problem and eliminated it in an instant. The beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers swayed in an instant, like ripples on the surface of water, and disappeared like an illusion. It was still a dark space. A ray of light fell on Chunzong. Immediately, Chunzong ascended to the 5th floor. On the 5th level of the king-naming pagoda, the darkness retreated. Chunzong found himself in a circular room. Besides the ground beneath his feet, the walls around him were filled with finger-sized holes. The densely packed holes were deep and bottomless, emitting a chilling aura that made one's heart palpitate, especially the way they were arranged so densely that it would make one's scalp go numb. Soon after, there seemed to be an extremely soft sound. It seemed as if there was only one sound, yet it also seemed as if there were tens of thousands of Daos gathered together. Chunzong's pupils contracted slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Sharp points seemed to have emerged from the countless holes in the surroundings. They were incomparably sharp and shone with cold light. Without any warning, numerous spikes that were thinner than a finger instantly shot out from the holes at an extremely fast and shocking speed. Quick, ruthless. In the blink of an eye, densely packed spikes shot towards Chunzong from all directions with a sharpness that could pierce through everything. Too fast, extremely fast. This speed had already reached the limit of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The test of the king-naming pagoda was closely related to a person's cultivation. The lowest level was the same as the person's cultivation, and it would continue to rise. If one passed the 5th level, it would cause the 5-colored heavenly flower to explode. It was also very shocking. Therefore, the test was not easy. The speed of the spikes was equivalent to the limit of the seventh heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to dodge. Moreover, there were dozens of spikes that shot out in an instant. It was not something that could be dodged. One would also have to defend against it. Qinzong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he unsheathed his extreme edge sword, an extremely dazzling sword light streaked out in all directions. It was an arc of light, as if the water and the sky were intersecting. It had a kind of elegance and brilliance. Qinzong did not dodge. Instead, he slashed out with his sword and blocked all the spikes that shot towards him from all directions. Every spike was shockingly fast. However, its strength was not as fast as its speed. It was equivalent to the strength of an ordinary late-stage seventh heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, this was only a relative term. If one's cultivation was at the early stage of the seventh heaven Saint Rudiment stage, their combined strength would only reach the limit of the seventh heaven Saint Rudiment stage. The chances of them passing the fifth level were not high. At the very least, one would need to have the strength of an eighth heaven Saint Rudiment stage to have a chance. However, it was not 100% certain. Qinzong's strength was naturally not something an ordinary eighth heaven Saint Rudiment stage could compare to. His sword technique was extremely profound. With a single slash, he blocked all the spikes without suffering any damage. The second wave. The spikes shot out again. There were hundreds of them, and they were even more threatening. Qinzong's expression did not change as he slashed out with his sword. The sword light split and enveloped the surroundings, blocking all the spikes. The hundreds of spikes were all blocked by Qinzong's sword. Similarly, they were unable to hurt Qinzong. However, this was not the end. There was a third wave. In an instant, black spikes shot out from all the black holes. They were extremely sharp. Thousands of spikes. This time, there were thousands of spikes. They were densely packed and terrifying. Qinzong's expression turned slightly solemn. The pressure from thousands of spikes was much greater than hundreds of spikes. A sword light shot out. It was only a single slash, but it had the terrifying aura of 10,000 swords. Infinite slash. Infinite slash. With this one slash, all the spikes were blocked. They were unable to hit Qinzong at all. He was fully focused on guarding against the fourth wave. Based on the pattern of the previous three waves, the fourth wave might have tens of thousands of spikes. If there were tens of thousands of spikes, the threat to him would increase greatly. When that time came, he would have to bring out more strength to deal with it. However, after the third wave, there was no fourth wave. The third wave was the test of the fifth level. Qinzong had passed the test and ascended to the sixth level. Only the most elite king stage geniuses had a chance of passing the sixth level. An emperor stage genius would have a higher chance of passing. The sixth level was not a dark space. Instead, it was a pavilion. The pavilion was simple and unadorned. It stood on a small hill that was 100 meters tall. In the pavilion, there was a peerless beauty, like a fairy, sitting elegantly and quietly. On the table in front of her was a silver wine pot and 2 silver cups. "You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The peerless beauty raised her head. Her bright and limpid eyes seemed to be able to see through time and space. They landed on Qinzong's face. In that instant, Qinzong's soul trembled uncontrollably. There was an indescribable feeling. Tenderness. Sweetness. When the peerless beauty spoke, an invisible wave seemed to spread out. It made Qinzong feel as if she had really been waiting for his arrival in the pavilion for a long time. It was as if he had made an appointment with this beauty and met her here. This feeling was very strange. It seemed to be there, but it was also not. In that instant, Qinzong had a vague feeling that he could not determine. It was as if he had really made an appointment with this old man at some point in time. This feeling prompted Qinzong to take a step forward. He walked up the steps of the small hill, step by step, as if he was immortal. With every step he took, the feeling of having made an appointment became more and more obvious. "Come, have a taste of the fine wine that I spent 1,000 years to brew." The peerless beauty stood up slightly, but her face was full of smiles. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed in an instant. She reached out and gestured for Chunzong to come over and sit down in front of her. The 1,000-year-old wine immediately made Chunzong's eyes light up. A trace of longing emerged in his heart. It was a longing to drink the 1,000-year-old wine. His footsteps quickened as he climbed quickly. There were a total of 100 steps from the bottom to the top. The smile on the peerless beauty's face was enough to make people feel enraptured. Gradually, Chunzong climbed to the top of the mountain. He walked down the last step and stepped into the pavilion. Without hesitation, he sat down on the stone bench opposite the peerless beauty. An indescribable fragrance floated from her delicate body. The stone bench was firm and cold, causing Chunzong to instantly feel refreshed. It was as if all distracting thoughts had been eliminated, and his essence, energy, and spirit had been raised to an astonishing level. He wasn't affected by anything, but it also caused the fragrance to become even more enchanting. Come. The peerless beauty stood up slightly. Her slender and white jade-like hand lifted the wine pot and poured the wine into Chunzong's cup. The translucent amber wine flowed down from the long spout of the pot. It had an indescribable beauty like moving clouds and flowing water. A faint smell like the clouds in the sky floated over. It made Chunzong feel as if he wanted to fly up into the sky. He flew with the wind, roaming the world and comprehending the mysteries. In an instant, a strong and intoxicating wine fragrance seemed to fill the air. It was as if he had fallen from a high altitude into the boundless sea. He wandered at the bottom of the sea and swam with the giant sharks. This wine fragrance was sometimes light, sometimes strong, and sometimes distant. It seemed to come from a very distant place with the wind. It also seemed to be right under the nose. It was changeable. It was like a dream. This was the magic and attraction of the 1,000-year-old wine. The sound of the wine falling into the exquisite and simple silver cup was also incomparably clear and pure. When it fell into the ears, it was like the most beautiful music in the world. It blended with the ever-changing and dreamy wine fragrance and became the most attractive and tempting thing in the world. It replaced everything else. The peerless beauty's eyes moved. She raised her head slightly and put down the wine pot. Please have a taste. The peerless beauty's voice was as soft as the breeze. It was also as pleasant as the tinkling of spring water. It refreshed the heart and directly penetrated the heart. Chunzong could no longer resist. He picked up the exquisite and simple cup behind him and quickly brought it to the tip of his nose. He sniffed slightly. Suddenly, the ever-changing and dreamy wine fragrance rushed into his nose, went straight into his lungs, and then spread all over his body. He felt as if he was floating in the clouds and had lost all weight. He was incomparably relaxed. It was also as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The warm spring water removed all impurities and left him exhausted. Chunzong's face was full of intoxication. He could not help but close his eyes. He completely ignored everything in the outside world and seemed to be completely unable to perceive anything outside his body. Chapter 1579. Tickets. The Dominator needs tickets for the year-end inventory. Brothers, please help us. A small hill, a pavilion, the peerless beauty, and Chunzong. This was an eternal and beautiful painting that seemed to have transformed into a brand. Chunzong opened his eyes. The intoxicated look in his eyes slowly dissipated and became clear. The intoxicated look on his face also disappeared quickly and became cold as the iron in the deep sea. The strange smile on the peerless beauty's face suddenly froze. You are a beauty, and the wine is good wine. Unfortunately, my ambition is not in this. Chunzong opened his mouth and said slowly. His voice was low and sonorous, like the sound of a long sword. It became more and more resounding and earth-shattering. My ambition is in the sword. The word sword left his mouth and resounded through the world. It was as vast and mighty as thunder, and an extreme sharpness tore through the heavens. The stone table and wine jug in front of him were instantly split apart. and the peerless beauty was not spared either. She was instantly ripped apart. This sword light, containing extreme sharpness and sword intent, broke through heaven and earth. The light suddenly fell, and Chun Zong's body flew up again. The 6th floor passed. He stepped into the 7th floor. Since ancient times, those who could enter the 7th floor were all emperor-level geniuses. Chun Zong was confident that he could reach or even pass the 7th floor. However, after seeing it, he was still a little surprised. The 1st to 3rd floors tested one's strength directly. The 4th floor tested one's divine thoughts. The 5th floor tested one's reaction and strength, and the 6th floor tested one's mind and willpower. If one was addicted to it, they would fail the tower. Chun Zong was addicted at first, but he soon sobered up. However, he did not immediately get rid of it. Instead, he chose to taste the wine. After all, this was Chun Zong's hobby. Since he had tasted the 1,000-year-old wine, Chun Zong sobered up and did not immerse himself in it. Sword Dao was his true pursuit. As for other things, they were just decorations. He could have them, but he could not be addicted. On the 7th floor, the light suddenly lit up and a canyon appeared in front of him. The canyon stretched to the sky as if there was no end. Chun Zong stood in front of the canyon. Rhythmic footsteps were heard as a figure stepped out from the shadows of the canyon. A gust of wind blew past, swirling up the dust and sand in the air. A desolate killing intent gradually spread out between the heavens and the earth. His long robe fluttered in the wind and sand, and his long hair also fluttered. Under his long and narrow eyes, traces of cold light flickered like ice, releasing a shocking coldness and killing intent. He was dressed in a coarse robe that resembled yellow sand, with a long sword in a crude scabbard at his waist. Every step he took seemed to have been calculated with the utmost precision. He was like an ascetic cultivator in a harsh environment. As soon as this person appeared, Chun Zong's pupils constricted. A trace of horror grew in his heart and quickly spread out. Very strong. For a moment, it was difficult for him to determine the cultivation of the other party. He only felt that the other party was a threat. However, this was already the 7th level of the king-naming pagoda. If one could pass the 7th level, they would be able to trigger the 7-colored heavenly flower. That would be an earth-shattering phenomenon. It was rare to see one in 100 years. Naturally, the difficulty of the test would be high. He was a swordsman who had walked out of the Gobi Grand Canyon. He was a strong opponent. Immediately, the battle intent condensed and shot up from Chun Zong's body into the sky. The yellow sand swordsman also seemed to be attracted. He also released a terrifying wave of sword intent. The sword intent shot up into the sky, as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. As soon as the sword intent appeared, the originally gentle wind and sand instantly became violent, resonating with the sword intent. In an instant, Chun Zong and the yellow sand swordsman both moved. Chun Zong took a step forward. His feet were wrapped in dense lightning. It was the 6th step of the thunder stomp 9 heavens. Its speed was astonishing. The yellow sand swordsman also moved. Countless sandstorms swept up, as if supporting his legs. It looked like he was flying in the wind and sand. Close, unsheathe the sword. In an instant, the two of them passed by each other. As they were unsheathed, they had already exchanged more than 100 blows. Great! Chun Zong suddenly felt excited. The blood in his body boiled. He turned around, and his sword pierced through the air. It was as fast and fierce as a shooting star. The yellow sand swordsman also turned around in an instant. His long sword swept through the air, stirring up a sandstorm. Its power was shocking to the extreme. It was indeed powerful. In just a few breaths' time, it had exchanged more than 1,000 blows with Chun Zong. It was evenly matched. The cultivation of the early 7th heaven saint realm erupted in an instant. The terrifying power shook the heavens and earth. It was as if it could shatter everything. Lightning surged from the soles of his feet to his entire body, covering his shoulders. It made Chun Zong look like a lightning swordsman. The 7th step of the thunder stomp 9 heavens. Chun Zong's speed increased. His sword pierced through the air towards the yellow sand swordsman. However, The yellow sand swordsman pointed his long sword and spat out a word, suppress. In an instant, an invisible force descended from the sky and directly struck Chun Zong's body, causing his body to tremble. The lightning on his body was extinguished, and his saint energy, tyrannical, chaotic, heavenly energy, and astonishing chi and blood were suppressed into the depths of his body, making it difficult for him to move. The world seemed to be filled with an invisible, colorless, and boundless force field, causing Chun Zong to lose all of his extraordinary powers, leaving him with only an ordinary level of physical strength. Immediately, Chun Zong also realized that the yellow sand swordsman was the same. There was no strong physical strength. There was no extraordinary strength. Could it be that they were going to compete with their swordsmanship? That seemed to be the case. The yellow sand swordsman rushed again. His feet stepped on the dry sand and stone ground. He swept toward Chun Zong at an amazing speed. If this speed was compared to before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, if it was an ordinary person, it was as fast as lightning. At this moment, both the yellow sand swordsman and Chun Zong had their extraordinary strength suppressed. They were only left with ordinary strength. Therefore, their speed did not seem slow. Chun Zong also moved. Although he only had ordinary strength, his ultimate control of his own strength was not weakened or suppressed. This control was not strength, but an ability. It was an invisible ability that could not be suppressed. His muscles trembled. The power was transmitted to his feet and then burst out. His whole body shot out like an arrow. He was even faster than the yellow sand swordsman. He drew his sword, a sword without the support of extraordinary strength, such as saint energy, chi, and blood chi. Chaotic heaven energy and Taoist could not be called a swordsmanship. It could only be called a swordsmanship. It was a pure technique of wielding the sword. It was the most basic of all, and it tested one's basic skills. Chun Zong paid a lot of attention to the basics of swordsmanship. However, he had never thought that he would one day have to challenge the king-naming tower and fight with a strong opponent. However, he had encountered a similar situation when he entered the Xianming microcosm. The two sides approached each other. Their swords broke through the air and clashed. Stab, slash, bang, strike. The most basic sword techniques were performed to their heart's content under their swords. The sword light was bright and intense. Even though they did not have the support of extraordinary powers and only relied on the strength of ordinary people, they were still able to cut through the air with exquisite sword techniques, forming sword chis that streaked across the surroundings and the ground, leaving intersecting sword scars. Moreover, this kind of exquisite swordsmanship without the support of extraordinary strength was performed with only ordinary strength. Every strike was a direct close combat. Every strike was extremely dangerous. Once touched, one would be injured immediately. With the body of an ordinary person, if one was injured, it would have a significant impact on one's strength. Chun Zong was very excited by this kind of life-and-death battle where only sword skills were used without the use of extraordinary strength. He felt a kind of horror and trembling from the bottom of his heart. It was not fear, but a kind of madness that came from the depths of his bones. They were evenly matched. To his heart's content, Chun Zong forgot everything and displayed his swordsmanship to his heart's content. Even without the support of extraordinary strength, with only pure swordsmanship, there was a kind of true charm to it. It was as if he was about to touch something. The yellow sand swordsman's swordsmanship was also very advanced. Every strike was astonishing and contained a trace of indescribable charm. It was as if with every strike, there would be yellow sand coming at him. This was not extraordinary strength. It was a mystery derived from the yellow sand swordsman's cultivation of swordsmanship to an astonishing level. This mystery made Chun Zong feel strange. As they fought, he also felt as if he was in the middle of yellow sand. Chun Zong could not help but think of a method in the past. A method of integrating spiritual will into swordsmanship to interfere with the world. It was a method that he had comprehended in the Xianming small world. However, as his swordsmanship improved, it had already been sublimated. But now, It seemed that this method still had great potential to be unearthed. At least, this was the case in the Yellow Sand Swordsman's swordsmanship. However, Chun Zong would not take this path again because it had already been sublimated. Fight! The fight was fierce. The fight was crazy. The two swords clashed, constantly bursting out astonishing sparks. They sputtered in all directions as if they were going to ignite everything. With a slight shake of his wrist, the sword body trembled. One sword split into 3 and 3 into 9. 9 beams of sword light were incomparably sharp. They shot out from the front and shrouded the Yellow Sand Swordsman. The Yellow Sand Swordsman turned his sword. It seemed as if yellow sand was sprinkling down to block the sword light. Their bodies crisscrossed, and they swung their swords again. This time, the 9 beams of sword light turned into arcs and shot out from all directions. It was impossible to guard against and resist. The Yellow Sand Swordsman tried his best, but he could only block 8 beams of sword light. He was hit by one of the beams of sword light. His arm was immediately pierced, and he was immediately injured. Kill him while he was injured. The 9 beams of sword light shot out again. This time, it was not a straight line or an arc. Instead, it condensed into one and became more and more dazzling. Kill! Chun Zong used all the strength in his body. It was an outburst that surpassed the limit. The sword was unstoppable. It was as fierce and overbearing as a meteor from outer space. The sword, with the overbearing power of heaven and earth, directly shattered the yellow sand. The Yellow Sand Swordsman's sword pierced straight through. Kill! The Yellow Sand Swordsman's arm holding the sword fell limply. Immediately, his body dissipated in front of Chun Zong, like a wisp of sand scattered between heaven and earth. In the next breath, Chun Zong felt that all the suppressed power had returned to his body. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. The feeling of mastering power was really, really good. Chapter 1580. Inside the king-naming tower, it seemed like a long time had passed, but to the people outside, it was only a little more than 2 hours. An hour or so was nothing to these people. Even if it was 20 hours, they could still wait. One had to know that after reaching the Saint Realm, it was normal for one to cultivate for several days at a time. Even a dozen days or even a few months was not out of the ordinary. With Chun Zong's talent, it won't be difficult for him to detonate the 8-colored heavenly flower. Sky Frost Holy Sun and Ancient Holy Sun thought to themselves. As for the 9-colored heavenly flower, they didn't dare to continue thinking, because if they did, they would think that Chun Zong was more likely to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower than them. However, it was hard to say whether he could really detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. If he really did, it would shock both ancient and modern times. In the same era, it was extremely rare for 2 people to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. From ancient times until now, it had only happened once. That was the era of the great Emperor Lingwu. There is also an extremely talented person who is only slightly inferior to the great Emperor Lingwu. Just like the great Emperor Lingwu, he had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower. That person was now ranked 3rd on the 9-colored king-naming monument. First, the Taishan Holy Sun detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower. Then the Sky Frost Holy Sun and Ancient Holy Sun detonated the 8-colored heavenly flower. This was already shocking. If Chun Zong could detonate the 8-colored heavenly flower, it would be even more shocking. If he could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower, it would become a legend. On the 8th floor of the king-naming tower, it was a jade wall in a valley. Standing in front of the valley's jade wall was engraved with vein patterns. The densely packed vein patterns spread out from the center and eventually covered the entire front of the jade wall. At first glance, the vein patterns were incomparably complex and mysterious. Then what was the test of this floor? Immediately, a thought silently entered Chun Zong's mind, and Chun Zong knew. It turned out that the test of this floor wasn't cultivation, strength, divine sense, reaction, or sword skills, but comprehension. The purpose of challenging the king-conferring pagoda was to obtain a title and obtain the acknowledgement of the king-conferring pagoda and the will of heaven and earth. This would allow one to better comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, as well as Tao insights. Unlike other challenges, the Kingship Pagoda's challenges did not focus on one's cultivation. After all, most people who had broken through to the Saint Realm within 10 years would not have a high cultivation. Thus, the King Naming Pagoda's test was more comprehensive. It tested one's strength, the purity and application of spiritual will, the tenacity of one's will, one's reaction speed, martial arts foundation, and control power. Now, it tested one's comprehension ability. It could be said that this was a comprehensive test. This sort of test was the most difficult and also the most accurate. The 8th level tested one's comprehension ability, which was to comprehend the patterns on the valley's jade wall. As for what mysteries the patterns contained, it was hard to say. According to the information that entered his mind, the patterns on the jade wall were divided into 9 rings. From the inside to the outside, there were the first ring, the second ring, and the third ring. Only by comprehending the 4th ring would one be considered to have passed the 8th level. If one wanted to enter the 9th level, they would have to comprehend the 7th ring. Furthermore, there was a time limit to the comprehension. A water hourglass suddenly appeared in the air, and water began to drip down. Chunzong immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts and wholeheartedly began to comprehend. The first ring was the centermost ring. The outline of the patterns contained an indescribable mystery. Those who did not have enough comprehension ability would not be able to comprehend anything at all and would instead feel dizzy. In other words, one's comprehension ability had to reach the level of an emperor-grade genius to be able to comprehend it. However, if one wanted to comprehend the 4th ring, the difficulty was not low. At the very least, one had to have the comprehension ability of a top emperor-grade genius. Chunzong's comprehension ability was extremely high and his foundation was deep, so he quickly comprehended the mysteries of the first ring. He immediately extended it to the second ring and continued to comprehend it. The patterns on the valley's jade wall were profound, but Chunzong did not know what they were used for. It did not seem to have any use. If he had to say that it was useful, it should be used to challenge the King Naming Pagoda. Moreover, this kind of comprehension was very strange. He cannot describe what it was, but it was directed to the core of comprehension. Everything else was useless. Only the most basic and true comprehension ability could comprehend the mysteries within and direct it to the heart. In this way, the test of comprehension ability was even more realistic. Soon, Chunzong comprehended the mysteries of the second ring. A mysterious feeling gradually became clear. He began to comprehend the third ring. The patterns of the third ring were denser and larger in scope. The mysteries contained were deeper and more difficult to comprehend. However, the mysteries of the third ring were nothing to Chunzong. He only spent a little more time to comprehend it. The 4th ring. When Chunzong began to comprehend the 4th ring, it meant that Chunzong was already qualified to detonate the 8-colored heavenly flower. However, this was not the end that Chunzong wanted. Although he was not sure if he could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower, he had this thought and goal. Moreover, he had to work hard and do his best. The mysteries of the 4th ring were much more profound than the 3rd ring. If one did not have a top-notch emperor-level comprehension ability, it would be impossible to comprehend any mysteries from it. However, comprehension ability was one of Chunzong's strongest aspects. With the first 3 rings as a foundation, Chunzong quickly comprehended the mysteries of the 4th ring. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong felt that the mysteries contained in the 9 layers of veined patterns on the jade wall of the valley were the mysteries of heaven and earth. They didn't belong to any aspect, nor did they lean towards any aspect, but they covered all of them. It was like a general outline, an overview of martial arts techniques. It was also like the foundation and foundation of everything, like the roots of a tree. Vaguely, his heart was telling him that the patterns on the valley's jade wall seemed useless, but to him, it was actually very useful. It was just that he could not see anything at the moment. In fact, the 9 layers of patterns on the valley's jade wall were very beneficial to any cultivator. The prerequisite was that one could comprehend the mysteries within. The more layers one comprehended, the more beneficial it would be. If possible, Chunzong planned to comprehend all the patterns on the valley's jade wall and master all 9 layers of their mysteries. The Taishan Saint had been able to enter the 9th layer because he had comprehended at least 7 layers of the valley's jade wall. His comprehension ability was definitely not inferior to the Taishan Saint's. This was confidence. After comprehending the mysteries of the 4th ring, he began to comprehend the 5th ring. Shortly after, Chunzong also comprehended the mysteries of the 5th ring. He began to comprehend the 6th ring. If others knew about Chunzong's comprehension speed, they would probably be very shocked. Chunzong comprehended the mysteries of the 6th ring once again. He immediately began to comprehend the 7th ring. The mysteries of the 7th ring were immediately much more difficult than those of the 6th ring. Even with Chunzong's comprehension ability, he still felt that it was very difficult to comprehend. At this moment, almost half of the water in the hourglass had dripped down. In other words, Chunzong still had half of the time to comprehend the last 3 rings. However, he did not know how many rings he could comprehend. Now that Chunzong had comprehended the first 6 rings, he could already enter the 9th layer and accept the 9th layer's test. He would work hard to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Chunzong used his superb comprehension ability and the foundation of the first 6 rings to comprehend the 7th ring. The mysteries of the 7th ring were slowly analyzed and comprehended bit by bit. Suddenly, a feeling of enlightenment filled his soul. This made Chunzong know that he had successfully comprehended the mysteries of the 7th ring. Without hesitation, he began to comprehend the 8th ring. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong felt that the mysteries of the 9th layer of the jade wall in the valley would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As for what the benefits were, Chunzong did not know. However, as long as there were benefits, it was worth his effort. The difficulty of the 8th ring increased a lot. However, with his comprehension ability, he could still comprehend the mysteries contained in it. The mysteries of the 8th ring were slowly revealed by Chunzong's powerful comprehension ability. However, every time he made progress, he felt that it was very difficult. In the end, Chunzong succeeded in comprehending the mysteries of the 8th ring. Regardless of the hourglass, Chunzong immediately began to comprehend the 9th ring. As soon as he began to comprehend, Chunzong's expression changed slightly. The difficulty of comprehending the 9th ring was much higher than that of the 8th ring. At the beginning of the 8th ring, Chunzong could still comprehend some superficial knowledge. However, he did not know where to start with the 9th ring. However, Chunzong knew that comprehending the 9th ring would be more beneficial to him. He took a deep breath and calmed his slightly fluctuating emotions. Only by remaining calm and concentrating could he comprehend the mysteries. If his emotions fluctuated, it would affect his comprehension ability. Calm, like the deep sea, like ice, no distracting thoughts could affect or disturb him. Unconsciously, Chunzong forgot everything. In his eyes, in his mind, and in his heart, there was only the 9th ring. It was as if a layer of fog had been lifted. There was a feeling of enlightenment. The mysteries of the 9th ring began to appear. It was difficult to get started, but once he got started, Chunzong could take the opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the 9th ring. Slowly, he began to analyze and comprehend the mysteries of the 9th ring. The water in the hourglass continued to drip. It seemed slow, but the water above the hourglass was decreasing. There was not much left. Chunzong did not notice. At this moment, Chunzong was completely immersed in comprehending the mysteries of the 9th ring. He had completely forgotten about the outside world. The mysteries of the 9th ring, 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. As the water continued to drip, Chunzong comprehended 90%. When it reached 90%, the difficulty of comprehending seemed to have increased significantly. 91%, 92%, 93%. However, there was only a thin layer of water left in the hourglass. It would soon be empty. 94%. Chunzong did not know that the water in the hourglass was almost empty. He was still comprehending wholeheartedly. 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Immediately, the last drop of water in the hourglass dripped from the hole. It seemed to be slow, but it also seemed to be fast. It continued to fall. Once it fell into the water below, it meant the end of the time. Drip! The sound was extremely soft, but also extremely loud. It was as if it suddenly rang in Chunzong's mind. Chapter 1581. At the last moment, Chunzong successfully comprehended the 9 layers of profound inscriptions on the jade wall of the spiritual valley. It was like an imprint. The mysteries naturally entered Chunzong's mind, and he grasped them. Now, he still did not know what use they had, but his instincts told him that they were useful. They would be very useful in the future. That was enough. Cultivation was something that he had to compete for now and in the future. It was very important. After comprehending the mysteries of the 9 layers of profound inscriptions on the jade wall, Chunzong naturally stepped into the 9th layer. The 9th layer was a dark space, just like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers. Then, a ray of light flashed past. It was as if the world had been created. The world changed, and a world appeared before Chunzong's eyes. Chunzong was like an outsider. He observed the changes in the world from a high point of view. It changed from a barren world to a flourishing world, and then to a barren world again. Decline after the peak. In the end, everything quieted down. The changes in the world also stopped. Chunzong only felt a blur before his eyes. It was as if time and space had changed. A palace. In front of him was a palace. The palace was not luxurious, but it had an indescribable simplicity, majesty, and majesty. It stood in the world as if it could suppress the world and time and space. The palace door was closed. It was black after the 9 colors merged. It was so dark that it seemed to be able to absorb all light. It also seemed to contain endless mysteries. Above the closed door, there was a similar black signboard. On the signboard, there were 4 large words that were flowing with brilliant light. Lingwu Imperial Palace. Chunzong read in a low voice. Outside the king-naming tower, the Taishan saint's eyes shone as he stared at the 9-colored king-naming tablet. From top to bottom, there were 14 titles and 14 names. The first title was the Lingwu Emperor. The order of the titles represented the difference between high and low. In other words, since ancient times, no one had surpassed the Lingwu Emperor. The second title was the Sword Emperor. He was a peerless genius from an era before the Lingwu Emperor. Before the appearance of the Lingwu Emperor, he had always been the top genius in the Lingwu Holy World. But after the appearance of the Lingwu Emperor, his light was overshadowed by the Lingwu Emperor. Even so, it was undeniable that the Sword Emperor was still a dazzling existence. His name was known throughout history. The third title was the Eternal Night Demon King. He was a peerless genius from the same era as the Lingwu Emperor. A few years after the Lingwu Emperor, he had entered the king-naming tower. He had exploded the 9-colored heavenly flower. He was ranked 3rd on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. This title, Lingwu Wu Emperor. The fourth title was a new title, Xian Ancient Saint King. This was the title that the god of the Taishan Holy Temple had obtained after entering the king-naming tower. The Taishan Holy Sun was not satisfied with being ranked 4th. His goal was to surpass the Lingwu Emperor and be ranked 1st. Unfortunately, he was no match for the Eternal Night Demon King. Lingwu Imperial Palace. It sounded like it had something to do with the Lingwu Emperor or Emperor Lingwu. Chunzong suddenly exerted force with both hands and pushed open the heavy doors of the Imperial Palace. Someone else is here. How many moves can you take from me? A vigorous and heavy voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, a majestic and steady aura rushed over, as if an invisible mountain was moving horizontally. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared ahead. At the end of the hall, there was a tall and sturdy figure sitting on a throne. The figure was as heavy as a mountain, and there was a faint trace of domineering aura about him. "You are?" Chunzong asked. "I'm," Saint King Chongshan. The burly figure on the throne immediately stood up, and the surrounding air seemed to be unable to withstand his power, as it turned into countless ripples that spread outwards. Vaguely, a strong wind seemed to howl, engulfing the entire palace. His might was astonishing. Saint King Chongshan. Chunzong narrowed his eyes. There were originally 13 titles on the 9-colored king naming tablet. After the Taishin Holy Sun, there were 14 titles. The title at the bottom was Saint King Chongshan. It was written on the outside that it was Lingwu Imperial Palace. Why did he not meet the Lingwu Emperor but Saint King Chongshan? Chunzong did not understand. After all, the words Lingwu Imperial Palace made it easy to associate it with the Lingwu Emperor. Your cultivation is in the early 7th level Saint Realm. My cultivation will be the same as yours. If you defeat me, you will not only ignite the 9-colored heavenly flower, but you will also be able to challenge the second palace. Saint King Chongshan's burly body stood up, emitting an extremely shocking power. The terrifying pressure was as heavy as a mountain, and it felt as if an invisible mountain was pushing down. How many palaces are there in Lingwu Imperial Palace? Chunzong released his powerful aura as he spoke. This was a chance to learn more about Lingwu Imperial Palace, or the 9th level of the King Naming Tower. There are as many palaces in Lingwu Imperial Palace as there are titles on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, Saint King Chongshan said. Then, a smile appeared on his rugged face. If you could defeat the Lingwu Emperor, this palace will be named after your title. Chunzong immediately understood. Since the Lingwu Emperor was ranked first on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, this palace was named the Lingwu Imperial Palace. There were 14 titles on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, so there were 14 palaces in Lingwu Imperial Palace. For example, the palace at the very front was called the Great Mountain Palace. If he defeated Saint King Chongshan, not only would he be listed on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet, but he would also be able to challenge the second palace. What if he couldn't defeat Saint King Chongshan? Saint King Chongshan seemed to sense Chunzong's curiosity, so he spoke again. If you can't defeat me, you'll have to withstand at least 100 of my attacks to be qualified to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower and be listed on the 9-colored King Naming Tablet. Dong! Saint King Chongshan stood up and took a step forward like a mountain giant. The entire palace shook, and the air seemed to explode. It surged endlessly, and his power grew more and more shocking. He was only at the early 7th level of the Saint Rudiment Realm, but Chunzong felt that he was terrifying and shocking. Chunzong narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. His blood surged, and his saint power spun. Traces of battle intent soared into the sky. Saint King Chongshan. This was a peerless genius who could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower in the ancient times. Chunzong, on the other hand, was extremely lucky to be able to fight with such a peerless genius after countless eras. Then, let me see the demeanor of an ancient peerless genius, Chunzong said to himself, and took a step forward. This step caused the wind and clouds to change. This step caused a sharp blade to cut through the air. This step caused an unparalleled sharpness. Saint King Chongshan's expression changed slightly. His eyes shone with a strong light, and he was faintly excited. Fight! After he took a step down the stairs, his entire body charged forward like a moving mountain. Suddenly, he raised his incomparably violent fist and instantly blasted it out. In an instant, an incomparably powerful aura condensed in the fist. It was like a mountain's fist was blasted out, and the air seemed to be compressed by the impact. It was ferocious and unparalleled. Slash! Chunzong's palm was like the edge of a sword. He slashed out in the air, and a sword light tore through the air. It immediately split the powerful fist force and slashed towards Saint King Chongshan like a hot knife through butter. Saint King Chongshan was an ancient peerless genius. Among his peers, he could be said to be invincible. Now, Chunzong was also an ancient peerless genius. Among his peers, he was almost invincible. This was a confrontation between peerless geniuses who were separated by many eras. Whether it was Chunzong or Saint King Chongshan, they could not help but feel excited. Their fighting spirit soared into the sky. That move was just a probing move. After all, Chunzong was completely unfamiliar with Saint King Chongshan, and Saint King Chongshan was also very unfamiliar with Chunzong. When facing an unfamiliar opponent, one had to test him to know his strength and how to deal with him better. In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged dozens of moves. The power of their attacks became stronger and stronger, and they gradually grasped all of the other party's moves and skills. Mountain Hung Fist. The low shout was dull and vigorous. As soon as the three words fell, Saint King Chongshan's aura skyrocketed in an instant. He punched out. It seemed similar to before, but in fact, its power was even more tyrannical and terrifying. When this punch was out, the shadow of a mountain condensed in it and pushed forward. A shocking rumbling sound resounded in all directions, causing Chunzong's expression to change drastically. This punch was vigorous and fierce. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed. The sword light was blazing to the extreme, and it was extremely sharp. In an instant, it tore through the sky and attacked. Extreme edge slash. After the fierce battle, Chunzong knew that Saint King Chongshan's fighting style was vigorous, steady, and heavy. The aura was like a mountain. He did not pay attention to any subtle changes. He directly pushed forward and charged forward with an astonishing aura. One punch could suppress an era. This was Saint King Chongshan's fist. The fist that made the geniuses of the same era as him feel despair. The fist that made the cultivators of the same generation of the same era shrouded in shadows. Now, Chunzong was facing such a fist. However, Chunzong was not afraid. There was only fighting spirit. Fight! Although Saint King Chongshan's fist was very, very strong, Chunzong's sword was not weak at all. In just 10 breaths, Chunzong and Saint King Chongshan were fighting fiercely. Terrifying energy overflowed as if it was going to tear down the Chongshan Palace. However, the Chongshan Palace was extremely sturdy. Not to mention the bombardment of the two's power. Even if it was 10 times stronger, it would not be damaged at all. Lifeless sword style. When the sword was slashed out, an astonishing killing intent condensed in it. It was as if it could kill all life, causing Saint King Chongshan to be slightly surprised. Chongshan, with a low shout, Saint King Chongshan's eyes suddenly emitted an extremely shocking light. It was as if the shadow of a mountain condensed in his eyes. The energy in his body burst forth, and all the energy in his body poured into his right fist. It was like a strong bow that was pulled to the extreme. Unparalleled, domineering. Boom! A punch blasted out, and a black mountain charged forward. The black mountain seemed to be incomparably condensed and vigorous to the extreme. The black mountain exuded a shocking pressure, as though it was filled with a terrifying weight. Under the heavy pressure, everything in the surroundings was suppressed and flowed backwards, causing the black mountain to become even more condensed, and the power it exuded became even more astonishing. The terror of this fist affected the surroundings as if it had turned into a black hole. Of course, compared to a black hole, this fist was worlds apart. However, it was enough to shock Chunzong. It was as if all his attacks would be absorbed, and it was difficult to be effective. Infinite. Chapter 1582. Limitless Sword. Limitless Sword. This sword was limitless, with infinite changes and infinite possibilities. Of course, with Chunzong's current realm and attainments, he could not reach the true limitless realm, but he already had the embryonic form. With one sword, he immediately passed Sacred King Chongshan's Chongshan Fist. The sword light seemed to have drawn an arc. It was beautiful and gorgeous, unavoidable. Sacred King Chongshan was shocked, but he could not think of a way to resolve this sword. He could not dodge it. That sword was too mysterious. It had already surpassed his Chongshan Fist. The sword light flew, and blood shot out from Sacred King Chongshan's throat. Sacred King Chongshan's body flickered and reappeared on the throne. Chunzong was slightly stunned. What did this mean? Your sword is very strong. Sacred King Chongshan did not get up this time. Instead, he touched his neck as if the wound from the sword was still there. At the same cultivation level, I'm inferior to you. Although it was not a pleasant thing to admit that he was inferior to the other party, Sacred King Chongshan still said it bluntly. You're also very strong, Chunzong said. This was not a compliment, but a fact. Sacred King Chongshan was really strong. The power of each punch was astonishing, containing terrifying mysteries, like the mysteries of mountains. Especially the last Chongshan fist, its mysteries were even more shocking. Chunzong had gained something from blocking Sacred King Chongshan's last punch. Congratulations on passing the Chongshan Palace. You can go to the next palace. Do you have any questions? Sacred King Chongshan said with a smile. May I ask if you're Sacred King Chongshan's clone? Chunzong was very curious. After all, the other party was very intelligent. It was as if he was facing the real Sacred King Chongshan. However, Chunzong was sure that the person in front of him was not Sacred King Chongshan's true body, but it was definitely related to him. Yes and no. Sacred King Chongshan laughed heartily and did not explain further. You'll know later. In other words, Chunzong would understand after he finished the king-naming pagoda. Goodbye. Chunzong cupped his fists at Sacred King Chongshan. Soon after, a door opened, leading to the next hall. The second palace was called the Covered Palace. It was led by Saint King Covered, who was ranked 13th on the 9-colored king title tablet. The moment Saint King Fuhai attacked, his aura was majestic. It was as if the ocean was overturned. It was mighty and majestic, and it was much more powerful than Saint King Chongshan. It was abnormally terrifying. When Chunzong fought with Sacred King Chongshan, Sacred King Chongshan did not use his force field. It was unknown if he did not cultivate it or if he did not use it at that time. But in fact, Sacred King Chongshan had the force field, but he did not use it. It was not that he could not use it, but at that time, when Chunzong was fighting, he was unwilling to use it and only use his ultimate move to determine the winner. However, Sage King Fu Hai used his force field. Chunzong could only use his force field, or else it would be difficult for him to resist. The battle was extremely intense. Although Sacred King Fu Hai was slightly stronger than Sacred King Chongshan, he was ultimately defeated by Chunzong. Chunzong also gained something from his battle with Sage King Fu Hai. After passing the second palace, Chunzong strode toward the third palace. Seventh palace. Ninth Heaven Palace. In the palace, sword lights were dazzling and countless sounds of swords clashing rang out. Sparks flew like the most dazzling fireworks, dazzling everyone. Chunzong wielded a sword, and so did his opponent. This person wore a silver sword robe with lightning patterns on it. His expression was cold, and there seemed to be arcs of lightning dancing in his eyes. The Ninth Heaven Sword King was ranked 8th on the 9-colored king bestowment tablet. He was also a peerless genius who suppressed an era. Chunzong was more interested in fighting with this person. This was because the Ninth Heaven Sword King practiced the sword. Chunzong was always more eager to fight against someone who excelled in sword techniques. The two swords clashed. The Ninth Heaven Sword King's cultivation was the same as Chunzong's early 7th Heaven Saint realm. This seemed to be the rule of the king-naming tower. The peerless geniuses of each generation fought in the king-naming tower across countless spaces. They would fight with the same cultivation, and the rest would depend on their own abilities. Simply put, the ages of these peerless geniuses were not much different. After all, they had all come to challenge the tower within 10 years after breaking through to the Saint realm. The Ninth Heaven Sword King's sword contained an extremely strong power of lightning, and his lightning Dao intent was also very powerful and brilliant. The power of this lightning Dao intent was very strong, very pure, and very shocking. It was a high-grade Dao intent. Your sword is very good. Next, I'll let you experience my Ninth Heaven Imperial Lightning Sword technique. As soon as the Ninth Heaven Sword King's voice fell, the sword hummed with a flick of his finger, and the lightning suddenly shot out as if it was about to burst. It seemed to be a stab, but also like a slash, but whether it was a stab or a slash, it was just a feeling. The power of this sword was unparalleled. It was as if lightning from the ninth heaven had struck down, wanting to break, collapse, and shatter everything into powder and disappear from this world. The horrifying power of this sword immediately shocked Chunzong to the extreme. It was very powerful. Chang! Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sword light was endless, layer upon layer, like rolling waves, like gusts of wind, like clouds of smoke rising in spirals. Countless sword lights were endless. When the terrifying lightning sword light that was full of destructive power arrived, it seemed to have fallen into a swamp. Its speed slowed down, and its power was weakened layer by layer. When this sword arrived in front of Chunzong, Chunzong swung his sword and directly shattered it. Limitless. With a flash of sword light, it shot towards the ninth heaven sword king. This sword had a profound charm, shuttling between existence and nothingness. The ninth heaven sword king did not dodge. The lightning became more and more intense, instantly filling the air and pouring out. Ninth heaven imperial lightning sword technique, second move. The lightning became agile in an instant, but it did not lose its tyrannical power. When the sword slashed out, the lightning seemed to be able to shatter everything. Its power was even more astonishing. Then, the ninth heaven sword king immediately urged the last of his strength to perform the third move, which was also the last move. Ninth heaven imperial lightning. Majestic, mighty, domineering, violent. Everything was condensed in this sword. The last sword had boundless power, as if it was a lightning trial that struck down from the nine heavens realm. It was impossible to dodge and also difficult to resist. Chunzong's expression was grave. The power of this move was beyond imagination, because this sword had a kind of astonishing concept. Limitless. Limitless sword. Limitless sword. After experiencing several intense battles, Chunzong repeatedly performed the limitless sword. Its essence continued to deepen. Its profundity became deeper and deeper, and its power became more and more tyrannical. This was a sword that was filled with infinite possibilities. Kill. Under the limitless sword, it was as if it could transform into 10,000 swords. 10,000 was an imaginary number, representing countless. But the power of the ninth heaven sword king's sword was tyrannical to the extreme, terrifying to the extreme. It could shatter everything between heaven and earth, only destruction. This time, the limitless sword was unable to kill the ninth heaven sword king. In an instant, the ninth heaven sword king displayed the 10,000 blades force field. Immediately, countless lightning turned into sword blades, terrifying to the extreme. There were no less than 100 of them, and each of them was extremely sharp, as if a divine sword was piercing through the air. Chunzong seemed to be facing the encirclement of hundreds of sword experts at the same time. Although they were not as good as the ninth heaven sword king, under the encirclement, their power was astonishing. Coupled with the ninth heaven sword king's attack, Chunzong was at a disadvantage in an instant. Chunzong was not afraid in the face of danger, and the 10,000 streams force field was displayed in an instant. After these few years, Chunzong had also cultivated the 10,000 streams force field to the small success stage. It covered a radius of 1,000 meters and controlled 100 torrents. 100 invisible torrents instantly condensed and surged out, entangling the 100 blades. In this way, the power of the 10,000 blades force field and the 10,000 streams force field canceled each other out, and there was no suppression or amplification. Chunzong and the ninth heaven sword king approached each other and engaged in close combat. But in close combat, the ninth heaven sword king immediately fell into a disadvantage. Infinite Sword Chain was a sword technique suitable for close combat. Its power was astonishing to the extreme. In close combat, it became even more terrifying. While the ninth heaven sword king's 9 heaven imperial thunder sword art was astonishing, but it was more suitable for a certain distance to be able to unleash its strongest power. However, The Ninth Heaven Sword King's sword technique was indeed very brilliant. Each sword was like a thunderbolt tearing through the sky, incomparably tyrannical. For a moment, even though the Ninth Heaven Sword King fell into a slight disadvantage, there was a feeling that he could reverse the situation and suppress Chunzong at any time. This made Chunzong have no choice but to focus all of his attention to deal with it, lest he be suppressed instead. And this feeling was like walking on a tightrope. Below was a mountain of blades in hell. It was incomparably astonishing, making his mind and will become increasingly focused and condensed. This battle lasted for a moment. Even though he suppressed the Ninth Heaven Sword King, he was unable to defeat him. His tenacity was astonishing. But after this battle, Chunzong had basically grasped the Ninth Heaven Sword King's sword technique. There was no need to continue fighting. Heart Domain. In an instant, Chunzong displayed his Heart Domain. That's right, in the battle just now, from the first hall to the 8th hall now, Chunzong had never displayed his Heart Domain. In these few years, Chunzong's strength had increased by a lot, becoming even more tyrannical. After all, he had been fighting with the void demons, wandering between life and death time and time again, brushing past the edge of life and death. The stimulation of his own potential was extremely astonishing. His heart domain had also expanded from the original 1,000 meters to 2,000 meters. Immediately, Chunzong compressed his heart domain to 1,000 meters, the same size as the myriad streams force field. Moreover, the 1,000-meter heart domain and the myriad streams force field merged into one. In an instant, the 100 torrents in the myriad streams force field were affected, seemingly increasing in power. Originally, one torrent could only contend against one sword blade. Now, one torrent was enough to contend against 2 sword blades. In this way, there were 50 torrents under Chunzong's control, rapidly rushing towards the Ninth Heaven Sword King, entangling and binding him. In just an instant, the Ninth Heaven Sword King was unable to move. When he erupted with all his strength to break free from the torrent's binding, the limitless sword transformed into a wisp of sword light and attacked. In front of the Ninth Heaven Sword King's eyes, that sword light seemed to be condensed from countless sword lights. It filled his eyes as if it was endless, and there was no way to dodge. When the endless sword light disappeared, the Ninth Heaven Sword King's throat was also pierced through. Killed in one sword. Of course, the Ninth Heaven Sword King would not truly die here, but it also meant that the Ninth Heaven Sword King had lost to Chunzong's sword. Are you willing to learn the 9 Heavens Imperial Lightning Sword Art? The Ninth Heaven Sword King appeared on the throne, but asked, causing Chunzong to be slightly surprised. After the monstrous geniuses of the previous halls were defeated by him, they all spoke differently, but none of them were like the Ninth Heaven Sword King, who wanted to teach him martial arts. It's my honor. Chunzong naturally would not refuse. Chapter 1583. The 9 Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique had 3 moves. The first move was the weakest, and the third move was the strongest. But even the first move was extremely profound and shocking. This sword technique was created by the 9 Heavens Sword King when he was young, combining many sword techniques with his own Thunder Dao intent. After continuous refinement, it reached its peak. It was a profound sword technique that could fully unearth the power and potential of the Thunder Dao intent. Chunzong's comprehension was astonishing, and the 9 Heavens Sword King taught him without holding back. He quickly grasped the profundity of it, which was even more shocking. Not only could the 9 Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique fully unearth the power and potential of the Thunder Dao intent, it was also a sword technique that cultivated the Thunder Dao intent. Under continuous cultivation, it could transform the Thunder Dao intent. With an even faster speed, it transformed from low grade to mid grade, from mid grade to high grade, and then from high grade to top grade, 9 Heavenly Thunder Dao insight. Only by using the 9 Heavens Lightning Dao intent to activate the 9 Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique could its power be raised to the extreme. Chunzong had already seen its power. In fact, the Nine Heavens Sword King's talent couldn't be considered outstanding. At least in his era, there was more than one person whose talent surpassed his. But in the end, it was the Nine Heavens Sword King who detonated the nine-colored heavenly flower. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Sword King worked very hard and gave his all. In the end, he made a qualitative change and stood at the top of his generation. The flow of time inside and outside the king-naming pagoda was different. A long time passed inside, but only a short time passed outside. Chunzong wasn't in a hurry to enter the ninth hall. Instead, he cultivated the Nine Heavens lightning-controlling sword technique in the eighth hall. The Nine Heavens Sword King even personally fed Chunzong moves, allowing Chunzong to grasp the essence of the Nine Heavens lightning-controlling sword technique in the shortest amount of time. It had to be said that the Nine Heavens Sword King's actions made Chunzong very moved. Therefore, he practiced even more diligently. The first move, Thunder Boom, was mastered. With a sword strike, lightning flashed, instantly condensing an extremely terrifying power. It was extremely shocking, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The second move, Thunder Flash, not only did it have the tyrannical power of Lei Hong, it also had the agility and speed that Lei Hong didn't have. Once the sword was unleashed, it would instantly reach its target. As for the third move, Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder, it was a unique move. Chunzong couldn't master it in a short time because it was too difficult. The concept of this move was very high, like the divine thunder above the nine heavens. Your lightning Dao insight is only an intermediate grade Dao insight, and only by transforming into a high-grade Dao insight would you be able to grasp the Nine Heavens Imperial Lightning. The Nine Heavens Sword King spoke unhurriedly. "Thank you for teaching me." Chunzong saluted with his sword. Although the Nine Firmament Sword King in front of him was in his youth, he was countless years older than him. It was not an exaggeration to call him a senior. "I hope you can pass down the Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword art," the Nine Heavens Sword King said. This was also the reason why he passed it down to Chunzong. Okay. Chunzong's answer was simple, but it was an agreement between swordsmen. Since he couldn't master the third move for the time being, Chunzong didn't force it. The Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword art was indeed a shocking sword art, but Chunzong wouldn't use it as his main sword art. He would only absorb its essence and profundity to perfect his own sword art and sword Dao, gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools and fusing them into his own sword to achieve supreme achievement. This was Chunzong's sword Dao. Besides that, the Nine Heavens lightning-controlling sword technique allowed one to cultivate lightning Dao insight. It allowed one's lightning Dao insight to transform into a high-grade Dao insight even faster. It was even to the extent that it could transform into the top-grade Nine Heavens lightning Dao insight in the future. If possible, fight the Sword Emperor, the Nine Heavens Sword King said. This was his goal in the past, but unfortunately, he couldn't achieve it. Okay. Chunzong nodded again. Not only did he have to fight the Sword Emperor, but he also had to fight the Lingwu Emperor. He didn't know how powerful the young Lingwu Emperor was. The eighth palace was called Dustless Palace. After a fierce battle, Chunzong defeated the Dustless Saint King with his Heart Domain and Wanlu Force Field. He entered the ninth palace. The ninth palace was called Divine Light Palace. The person in charge was the Divine Light Saint King. The Divine Light Saint King's speed was shocking. Whether it was the speed of his body movement or his attack, it was terrifying. Before people could react, they were already defeated and killed. But Chunzong's Heart Domain was compressed, and the Divine Light Saint King's speed was captured. The Divine Light Saint King was most proud of his speed. With his terrifying speed, he defeated many geniuses and was ranked 6th on the 9-colored Monarch bestowment tablet. But against Chunzong, the Divine Light Saint King's speed couldn't unleash its full power. In the end, he was defeated by Chunzong. Even so, Chunzong was shocked by the Divine Light Saint King's speed. If he hadn't mastered the Heart Domain, he probably wouldn't have been a match for him. The 10th palace was called Black Region Palace. It was guarded by the Black Region Saint King. After exchanging blows with the Black Region Saint King, Chunzong understood why the divine light, Saint King, couldn't defeat him. The Black Region, Saint King's cultivation technique, was terrifying. Once he activated it, it was as if his body was turning into a black hole. It enveloped the surroundings, as if he wanted to control everything. No matter how fast one was, one would be affected. Moreover, every attack of the Black Region Saint King was extremely powerful. It was like a black hole that automatically absorbed everything around it. It could be said that every attack of the Black Region Saint King contained the mysteries of the Heavy Mountain Fist. It affected Chunzong's sword. Unknowingly, its power was offset and weakened, making it difficult for him to hit his opponent. This level of martial arts. Chunzong was secretly shocked. He felt that the Black Region Saint King's martial arts seemed to be a combination of martial arts and force fields. Its power was shocking, but he didn't know how the Black Region Saint King was able to combine martial arts and force fields. This was also the reason why the Blackfield Sage King was able to reign supreme in his generation. This battle was difficult. Chunzong performed his swordsmanship to the extreme. He also performed his myriad streams force field to the extreme. Combined with his heart domain, the battle continued. Every time they clashed, Chunzong was searching for the mysteries of the Black Region Saint King's martial arts. Fight, fight, fight. One sword was infinite. Under the combination of the myriad streams force field and heart domain, Chunzong canceled out the power of the Black Region Saint King's Black Region. The infinite sword was endless. It was so profound that the Black Region Saint King was exhausted. Then the sword light flashed and tore the Black Region Saint King's throat. The terrifying sword chi entered and killed him in one strike. This battle was very difficult, but he won in the end. The 11th palace was a new palace called the Ancient Xian Palace. It was the palace where the Ancient Xian Saint King was in charge. The Ancient Xian Saint King was the Taishan Saint. I didn't expect you to make it here. The Taishan Saint King sat high on the throne and looked down. When he saw Chunzong, he was first surprised, then smiled coldly. Chunzong was also surprised. The Taishan Saint King had made it here and ranked 4th on the 9-colored monarch title tablet. This is your end, the Taishan Saint King said again. You could try, Chunzong replied calmly. Then Chunzong was confused. The Taishan Saint King here was obviously not the Taishan Saint King himself. Perhaps it was a trick of the monarch title tower, but he had all of the Taishan Saint King's memories and emotions. It was really strange. Fight! The Taishan Saint King attacked immediately. He wasn't testing. He used his full strength. He unsheathed his long sword and the sword light tore through the sky. This sword seemed to split the sky and the earth. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. It seemed that nothing in the world could resist it. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed, and the extreme edge sword slashed out, its sharpness unparalleled. The Taishan heaven and earth skill was fully activated. A dim shadow of the sky and the earth condensed. The heavy Shin force field was used. The two seemed to merge into one. The second sword followed, and its power was many times stronger. Slash, slash, slash. As soon as he unsheathed his sword, the Taishan Saint King exploded with shocking strength and attacked mercilessly. The sword intent was like the might of the heavens. It cut through the sky and the earth. Chunzong had fought with the Taishan Saint King before. After a fierce battle, there was no clear winner. However, the Taishan Saint King hadn't used his full strength at that time, while Chunzong had. Now that a few years had passed, Chunzong's cultivation and strength had improved greatly. However, the Taishan Saint King's cultivation and strength had also improved greatly. Therefore, Chunzong wasn't confident that he could defeat the Taishan Saint King. After all, the Taishan Saint King's cultivation was in the early 8th Heaven Saint realm. He was one realm higher than Chunzong. The Taishan Saint King's cultivation method was also more powerful than Chunzong's great mystery art. However, the Taishan Saint King in front of him had the same cultivation as him. Chunzong didn't think that he would lose to the Taishan Saint King. Fight! Myriad streams, force field, heart domain. He also fully activated the Great Mystery Art. He had already reached the 28th level. He wasn't far from the 30th level. This level was only one level lower than the Taishan Saint King's 29th level. He was gradually catching up. Although the Taishan Saint King's cultivation was the same as his, Chunzong realized that the Taishan Saint King's strength was terrifying. However, the Taishan Saint King was able to defeat so many strong opponents and rank 4th on the 9-color Monarch Bestowment Tablet. After all, Chunzong had fought with those monstrous geniuses before. He deeply knew how powerful those monstrous geniuses were. Although he had defeated them one by one, the process hadn't been easy. The Taishan Saint King was able to defeat them with the same cultivation as him, which showed how powerful he was. Now, the Taishan Saint King had become a formidable opponent. What Chunzong needed to do was to defeat and kill the Taishan Saint King and then challenge the Eternal Night Demon Lord. The Demon Emperor, Eternal Night. One could imagine how powerful the Eternal Night Demon Lord was since the Taishan Saint King had been defeated. What about the Sword Emperor, who was ranked above the Eternal Night Demon Lord? How shocking would it be to use the title of Sword Emperor without any prefixes? How terrifying was the Sword Emperor's sword technique? Chunzong was looking forward to it. How shocking was the Lingwu Emperor, who was ranked 1st and had never been surpassed by anyone since ancient times. However, the prerequisite for all this was to defeat the Taishan Saint King first. Then, to defeat the real Taishan Saint King, he would have to start with the Taishan Saint King before him. Countless sparks flew as the saber and sword clashed. Both Chunzong and the Taishan Saint King were determined to kill each other. They didn't know the previous monstrous genius Chunzong, but the Taishan Saint King had a grudge against Chunzong. To a certain extent, they were enemies. Even if the death here wasn't real death, they had to kill each other regardless of the reason. Chapter 1584. Dark Ancient Palace. The Taishan Saint's son performed his saber skills to the extreme, but he could not defeat Chunzong. On the contrary, he was gradually suppressed by Chunzong and was at a disadvantage. The Taishan Saint's son could not believe it. How could he be suppressed when they were at the same cultivation level? However, this was the truth. He was really suppressed. Not only could his gravity force field not defeat his opponent, but it was also canceled out by his opponent's force field. He felt that his opponent's force field was only at the initial level, while his was at the great level. After many years of cultivation, the Taishan Saint's son had indeed cultivated his gravity force field to the great level, and its power was even more shocking. If not for the help of the Heart Realm, his myriad stream's force field would have been suppressed by his opponent's gravity force field. When the forces used to suppress each other collided, the side with the higher cultivation level would have the upper hand. The other side would naturally be weakened or even suppressed. However, with the help of the Heart Realm, the power of the myriad stream's force field doubled. The infinite sword chain continued to dissolve the Taishan Saint's son's shocking broadsword techniques in close combat. It also continued to counterattack. Layer upon layer, the Taishan Saint's son gradually felt tired of dealing with it. This was especially so during the constant battles. Chunzong had a flash of inspiration. He had subconsciously fused the mysteries of the 9 lines that he had comprehended from the Jade Wall on the 8th level of the valley into the Infinity Sword Chain. This caused the Infinity Sword Chain to have even more variations. They were all linked together and were even more difficult to deal with. The Infinite Sword Chain had been perfected by Chunzong again and again. Now, it could be divided into 2 parts. The first part was the Infinity Sword Chain. When a sword was drawn, the Infinity sword would chain endlessly. It was a sword technique that was most suitable for close combat. It was a masterpiece that combined attack, defense, technique, and so on. It was the most profound and was the essence of Chunzong's sword technique. The second part was the ultimate move. It was the chain, the infinite, and the infinite. It was also the 3 realms of the infinite sword chain. The chain was meant to weaken and was a defensive move. The infinite was meant to be a skill and was both offensive and defensive. The infinite was meant to be an offensive move. This was also the result of Chun Zong gradually integrating the mysteries of the 9 layers of the Jade Wall into the fierce battles with generations of peerless geniuses. Or rather, it was a kind of enlightenment that became even clearer. Every bit of comprehension and the essence of the opponent's martial arts during the battle would be absorbed by himself and fused into the infinite sword chain, constantly perfecting and improving it. Shenzong didn't expect himself to create the infinite sword chain by chance during the fierce battle with the heavens chosen from the vast wilderness. He didn't think too much about it at that time, but now he was gradually perfecting it. It had a profound meaning and surpassed the lifeless sword style, and so on. Clearly, the infinite sword chain could continuously absorb the essence of martial arts, constantly improve, and constantly break through the limits. The Taishan Saint's long saber pierced through the air. Saber light flashed out continuously, turning into an astonishing, majestic beam. The blade radiance was like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. Although it was weakened by Chun Zong's successive sword strikes, it seized the opportunity to retreat in an instant. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the Taishan Saint's body. Not only was the aura extremely tyrannical, but it also had an indescribable mystery that made Chun Zong's hair stand on end. Heaven and earth void. The saber slashed out, as if the void was split by it. An extremely terrifying power invaded, causing Chun Zong's soul to tremble. Superpower. This was clearly a minor divine ability. This minor superpower was the Taishan Saint's strongest trump card. The saber slashed out with endless power. It was a Space Series superpower and was extremely terrifying. Everything would be split open. Chun Zong knew that with his current strength, he couldn't resist it at all. The power of Ling Wu exploded in an instant. The strength of the power of Ling Wu was closely related to one's qi and body refinement cultivation. After many years, Chun Zong's qi refinement cultivation had improved to the early 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. His body refinement cultivation had also improved a lot, reaching the early 5th Heaven Chaotic Heaven realm. Although it was still not as good as his qi refinement cultivation, it was much higher than before. The power of Ling Wu condensed from this was naturally stronger than before. In the past, the power of Ling Wu could increase the power of Chun Zong's qi refinement cultivation from the late 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the late 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, but couldn't increase the power of Chun Zong's qi refinement cultivation from the early 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. After all, the higher the cultivation, the purer the saint power, and the more difficult it would be to increase it. However, the power of Ling Wu now could increase the power of Chun Zong's qi refinement cultivation to the early 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, which was a full-level increase. Chun Zong slashed out with his sword under the tyrannical basic strength. Limitless. This was the most tyrannical sword move that Chun Zong had mastered. Kill. The sword light seemed to be one, but it also seemed to be endless. Every sword strike carried a terrifying power. The sword lights were annihilated one after another, but more sword lights were created. Then, as if man and sword had become one, Chun Zong instantly passed through the terrifying spatial crack and attacked the Taishan Saint's son. This sword strike was unparalleled and directly crushed the Taishan Saint's son. The Taishan Saint's son was pierced through and died in one strike. The Taishan Saint's son reappeared on the throne and stared coldly at Chun Zong. He clenched his fist, and blue veins popped out. He was very unwilling to admit defeat. He had used a lesser superpower, but he still lost. According to the rules of the King Naming Pagoda, he couldn't attack again. Chun Zong knew very well how difficult it was to defeat the Taishan Saint's son. After all, Chun Zong hadn't detonated the power of Ling Wu in the previous legendary geniuses. That strike was extremely terrifying. Those legendary geniuses couldn't resist it. If Chunzong hadn't detonated the power of Lingwu to strengthen his basic strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist it and would have been killed in one strike. However, that was a lesser superpower, and his power of Lingwu was also a lesser superpower. Although Chunzong had defeated the Tai-Hsien Saint Sun, he wasn't happy because he hadn't defeated the real Tai-Hsien Saint Sun. The real Tai-Hsien Saint Sun's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level Saint Rudiment realm, not the early stage of the 7th level Saint Rudiment realm. The difference of one level in cultivation meant the difference in their basic strength was huge. If Chunzong fought the real Tai-Hsien Saint Sun with his current strength, he wasn't confident at all that he could defeat him. This wasn't self-denial. It was the truth. The lesser superpower used by the early stage of the 8th level Saint Rudiment realm and the early stage of the 7th level Saint Rudiment realm were completely different. The possibility of Chunzong's infinite sword strike being blocked was very small. Therefore, defeating the real Tai-Hsien Saint Sun wasn't something to be proud of. However, Chunzong had seen the Tai-Hsien Saint Sun's strength in this battle. If he had fought the real Tai-Hsien Saint Sun, he would have been more confident. Moreover, he had gained a lot from this battle. He stepped forward and walked to the next palace. The 12th Palace, Eternal Night Palace. The palace master of the Eternal Night Palace was a legendary genius from the same era as the Emperor of Lingwu, the Eternal Night Demon Lord. Although his ranking wasn't as high as the Lingwu Emperor, he was the Emperor of Lingwu's greatest opponent in that era. Although he couldn't defeat the Emperor of Lingwu each time, it wasn't easy for the Emperor of Lingwu to defeat him either. The light in the Eternal Night Palace was slightly dim. A black-robed, long-haired figure leaned against a huge throne with his eyes closed. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. Chunzong stepped forward. He glanced around and stared ahead. In the blink of an eye, his closed eyes opened, and an indescribable darkness shot out from the depths of his eyes. Chunzong only felt that the surrounding space seemed to have become even darker in an instant, and there was a feeling of darkness invading him. Furthermore, the darkness and depth contained within those eyes made her heart palpitate incomparably at that moment. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of fear emerged from the depths of his heart. It was just a gaze. Fortunately, Chunzong's soul was strong, and his will was incomparably tough. He was only slightly affected. He quickly reacted and resisted. Even so, Chunzong was still shocked. A formidable opponent. A formidable opponent even more terrifying than the Tai-Hsien Saint Sun. You use a sword? A slightly hoarse voice sounded. The dark gaze also fell on the long sword at Chunzong's waist. Immediately, Chunzong only felt that the other party's gaze was emitting an incomparably terrifying, murderous aura. I hate people who use swords. They all deserve to die. As soon as his voice fell, without any movement, a terrifying pitch-black aura shot through the sky. It was so fast and sudden that it was impossible to guard against it. Chunzong was already prepared. He unsheathed his extreme-edge sword and tore through the sky. The sword chi was astonishing and brilliant. The sword chi dissipated, and the pitch-black aura shattered. The Eternal Night Demon Lord's body suddenly flew up and turned into a flash of black light. He attacked at astonishing speed. Fast. Extremely fast. Although in terms of absolute speed, he was not as fast as the Divine Light Saint King, the burst of speed in an instant was extremely shocking. And not only was it simply fast, but it was also incomparably mysterious. Chunzong could not catch its trajectory. Heart Domain. Without hesitation, Chunzong released his Heart Domain in an instant and compressed it to 50 meters. The Eternal Night Demon Lord also entered the range of the 50-meter Heart Domain in an instant. Only then did Chunzong catch his trajectory. Myriad streams, force field. Hundreds of torrents rushed over in an instant, but the Eternal Night Demon Lord was completely aware of it. He directly dodged the torrents with a terrifying, murderous aura. It was like a demonic blade that tore through the sky. The murderous aura was astonishing and terrifying. It made Chunzong's hair stand on end. This kind of terrifying feeling was simply indescribable with words. Tyrannical. incomparably tyrannical, more terrifying than any of the previous peerless geniuses. This was the peerless genius ranked third on the 9-colored monarch bestowment tablet. The Eternal Knight, Demon Lord. The black light arrived in an instant, making Chunzong's hair stand on end. But the extreme edge sword still slashed out. It was the extreme heart sword style, which was astonishingly fast. This sword had only pierced through a patch of black light, but it had not truly pierced through it. This feeling of hitting air immediately gave Chunzong a bad premonition. The seventh step of the thunder, trampling 9 heavens. In an instant, the lightning flashed and was cut in half by an incomparably sharp black light. Just a little bit more, and he would have been killed by that extremely terrifying attack. Since the first attack did not hit, the second black light came again. It was extremely terrifying. Chain. The sword light overlapped and was endless. In an instant, it enveloped the black light. This amazing mystery immediately weakened the black light layer by layer, as if it had fallen into a swamp. But the black light was also extremely sharp. It broke through the chain of sword light and attacked Chunzong with unparalleled murderous intent. Chapter 1585. Votes, votes, that's power. Brothers, quickly transfer your power to the 6th Dao. Wuji, a sword strike that was even more exquisite than the chain attack, was unleashed. It looked like one sword, but it was actually made up of many swords. Wuji displayed an unparalleled and shocking skill. Instantly, the black light was broken, and it attacked the Eternal Knight Demon Lord from all directions. The Eternal Knight Demon Lord was indeed amazing, but Chunzong was not to be underestimated either. Under Wuji's sword, the black light that the Eternal Knight Demon Lord had transformed into instantly became scorching hot. It was as if a black sun had exploded. Wuji's sword light was completely blocked and shattered in an instant. Eternal Night. A low and hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the black sun. It contained shocking Taoist rhyme fluctuations that swept out in all directions. Immediately, a terrifying black light exploded, covering the sky and earth. It wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was swallowing all light. In an instant, the entire Eternal Night Palace was plunged into darkness. One could not even see one's own fingers. Not only could they not see anything, they could not hear anything, and they could not smell anything. In just an instant, Chunzong felt that his 5 senses were completely blocked. It was as if they were sealed. Not only were his 5 senses robbed, even his 6th sense was greatly affected. There was a deviation in his perception. The further he was, the blurrier it was. It was difficult to make an accurate judgment. Previously, when the Taishian Saint challenged the Eternal Knight Demon Lord, he was defeated by this shocking darkness that robbed his 5 senses and blurred his 6th sense. He could not see or hear anything. Even his perception was greatly disrupted and became very blurry. It was as if he had become a blind person. He felt like he was at the mercy of others. Although Chunzong was surprised, he did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes. He could not see left or right. Fortunately, it was better to close his eyes. His heart domain was further compressed until the limit was 10 meters. Within 10 meters, the darkness seemed to fade. Even if he did not use his eyes, Chunzong could clearly see it. The darkness was still there. Eternal night existed forever, but it could no longer blur Chunzong's perception. It could only affect it slightly, and this effect was not big for Chunzong. Compressing a heart domain of 2,000 meters into 10 meters, the compression ratio was even greater and even more shocking. A blurry figure covered in black light instantly charged into the range of 10 meters. The extremely terrifying black light stretched out like a saber light tearing apart the heaven and earth. It was silent and incomparably terrifying. If Chunzong didn't have the domain of heart, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack under Evernight. Even if he didn't die, he would have been gravely injured. But now, the Eternal Night Devil Lord didn't know the profoundness of Chunzong's heart domain. This was an excellent opportunity. Limitless. Chun Zong's silhouette flickered as he evaded the attack by a hair's breadth. He then countered with a sword strike. It was a limitless sword strike, and its might was extremely shocking. The Eternal Night, Demon Lord indeed, didn't know the profoundness of Chun Zong's heart domain. He was very surprised by Chun Zong's dodging and counterattack. However, the Eternal Night Demon Lord was very strong. He immediately reacted and attacked Infinite Sword with a blade-like black light. That pitch-black light was like a demon descending into the world. It was incomparable. It was clearly just a saber, but it covered the sky and covered the earth as if it filled up a part of the world. It blocked Infinite Sword completely. This was the first time Chun Zong's Infinite Sword was completely ineffective since the start of the intense battle. Could such a powerful Eternal Night Demon Lord be defeated? Chun Zong didn't know and didn't think too much about it. At this moment, Chun Zong only had one thought, and that was to fight to the death with the Eternal Night Demon Lord. The Eternal Night Demon Lord's strength was extremely high, and his talent was even more shocking. The black light was like a saber. While its power was tyrannical, it was also very terrifying and mysterious. It seemed like there was no obvious weakness, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the heart domain, Chun Zong would have been defeated long ago. The Eternal Night Demon Lord's Eternal Night Demon technique was an extremely terrifying technique. It was cultivated to the highest level, and its power was astonishing. When a technique was cultivated to the highest level, its power would increase greatly. If Chun Zong cultivated the De Xian formula to the 30th level, he would also be able to grasp the true meaning of the technique, and its power would increase greatly. Unfortunately, it wasn't so easy to cultivate a technique to the highest level, especially if it was a saint-level technique. The fact that the Eternal Night Demon Lord could cultivate the top Eternal Night Demon technique to the highest level at a young age showed his shocking talent. In this aspect, Chun Zong really couldn't compare to him. Every peerless genius of the same generation had their own strengths. The higher ones ranking on the 9-colored Monarch Bestowment Tablet, the more shocking it was. When the highest level of the Eternal Night Demon technique was fully activated, it created an Eternal Night, depriving one's 5 senses and blurring one's 6th sense. This was an extremely disadvantageous battle environment for the enemy, but was very advantageous for the Eternal Night Demon Lord. However, the Eternal Night environment didn't seem to have much effect on this person. This made the Eternal Night Demon Lord puzzled. However, this puzzlement didn't affect the Eternal Night Demon Lord's strength. He had experienced countless battles and encountered almost all kinds of situations. When he challenged the Monarch Bestowment Tower, he was originally number 1. A few years later, when the Lingwu Emperor rose, he was defeated by the Lingwu Emperor. Then, he was defeated by the Sword Emperor. It was because he was defeated by the Sword Emperor that he didn't like people who practiced the sword. Until now, only the Lingwu Emperor and the Sword Emperor could ignore his Eternal Night Demon Lord. Now, there was one more. No matter what, he had to defeat and kill this junior. He was a Demon Lord who reigned supreme in an era. Even the Lingwu Emperor was only slightly stronger than him. How could a mere junior be so arrogant in front of him? The fierce battle continued. Chun Zong noticed that the Eternal Night Demon Lord's weapon was a blade. It was a pitch-black long blade, and the back of the blade was covered with sinister barbs and serrated teeth. It was extremely terrifying and emitted an extremely shocking, killing intent. Every slash seemed to be made with his full strength. When combined with the Eternal Night Devil Art, its power was terrifying. Every slash was incomparably mysterious. It was as if nothing could change, and nothing could change into anything. Chun Zong felt a sense of exhaustion when dealing with it. The Heavenly Demon Dao Intent was a rare Dao Intent that had reached the peak of the Dao Intent. Eternal Night Devil Blade. In an instant, the blade light slashed down like a pitch-black waterfall, shattering everything in its path. Without using the power of the Lingwu realm, Chun Zong gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although the Eternal Night Demon Lord's cultivation was the same as his, at the early 7th Heaven Saint realm, his cultivation technique had reached the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm. Moreover, his top-grade Heavenly Devil Dao insight had even attained the 9th cycle. Comparatively speaking, the might of his Grand Profundity technique was inferior to the Evernight Devil technique, and he'd even only cultivated it to the 28th level. So his top-grade Heart Sword Dao insight had only attained the 8th cycle. Thus, there was a large gap between them. Fortunately, Chunzong had the Heart Domain, and his attainments in it were not low. Coupled with the Infinite Sword Chain, he was able to resist the Eternal Night Demon Lord's slash. However, if this continued, he would probably have to use the power of the Lingwu realm. However, Chunzong did not want to use the power of the Lingwu realm just yet. In the past few years, his cultivation and Dao intent had improved significantly. However, there were too many aspects that he needed to improve. Therefore, his Heart Sword Dao intent had risen from the 7th revolution to the 8th revolution. However, the Earthly Fire Dao intent, Heavenly Wind Dao intent, and Lightning Dao intent had also improved greatly. All of them had reached the 8th revolution. This time, Chunzong planned to use the pressure of the Eternal Night Demon Lord to suppress his potential and break through again. This was a very dangerous method. However, it was not the first time Chunzong had done it. Using the pressure of the outside world to suppress himself and stimulate his potential, Chunzong was very familiar with this method. The Eternal Night Devil Lord also realized that Qin Wentian seemed to be treating him as a whetstone. This caused him to have bad memories. Back then, the Junior of the Sword Emperor was also like this. He broke through under his saber and defeated him instead. Immediately, a ferocious expression appeared on the Eternal Night Demon Lord's face. The darkness in his eyes became deeper and deeper. It filled his pupils and filled everything. It was abnormally terrifying, as if a demon had descended. Chunzong also noticed that traces of black demonic runes appeared on the Eternal Night Demon Lord's face. It was even more terrifying. The pressure increased again. The Infinite Sword Chain was executed to the extreme, and the Heart Sword Dao intent was also activated to the extreme. 3 years ago, the Heart Sword Dao intent had broken through from the 7th revolution to the 8th revolution. Now that 3 years had passed, with Chunzong's talent, he had accumulated enough. He was not far from breaking through to the 9th revolution. Chunzong had full confidence that he could successfully break through to the 9th revolution within a year. Right now, he needed to borrow the pressure of the Eternal Night Demon Lord. Eternal Night, Abyss. The Eternal Night Demon Lord erupted with all his strength. With a slash of his blade, black blade light covered the sky and earth. It merged with the Eternal Night true intent and instantly slashed down. That blade light clearly only slashed down from the front, but it also blended into the surroundings. As long as there was darkness, the blade light would be there. It was everywhere, as if it had become a world. Such profoundness was incomparably profound. This slash was impossible for Chunzong to dodge at all. Even if he had the heart domain to sense it, it was still the same. Because the heart domain could not isolate the darkness of the eternal night, it could only sense it. Infinite. Using offense as defense, he attacked with a sword that surpassed his limits. All his potential was forced out in an instant, exploding out in an instant. In an instant, the heart's sword Dao will, which had already reached the peak, broke through and reached the 9th revolution. The extremely terrifying sharpness seemed to have exploded from the depths of Chunzong's heart and spewed out. It was like an ancient volcano that buried countless sword chi. Its power was unparalleled. As the heart sword Dao intent broke through to the 9th revolution, its prowess increased tremendously as well. The prowess of the boundless infinitum chainsword had also increased significantly. Working together with the heart domain, it allowed Chunzong to block off the eternal night saber light that was pouring in from all directions. That pitch-black blade light seemed to want to sink Chunzong into the dark abyss. Eternal night, fall! An even more terrifying blade slashed out again. Its power was even more terrifying than the minor superpower that the Taishan saint had used previously. It made Chunzong extremely terrified. The power of Lingwu. Detonate. In an instant, Chunzong's cultivation power increased explosively. The infinite sword also slashed out in an instant. Because the Heart Sword Dao will had broken through to the 9th revolution, this slash became even more terrifying and tyrannical. It was far more powerful than when he had fought with the Taishan saint. This slash seemed to have cut open hell. It was invincible and unstoppable. It tore apart the true intent of the Eternal Night demonic art and attacked the Eternal Night demon lord. This slash was indomitable and unstoppable. Chapter 1586. In the Eternal Night Palace, on the throne. The eyes of the Eternal Night Devil Lord were filled with darkness, so dark that the whites of his eyes were completely covered. He stared at Chunzong, causing Chunzong's expression to turn heavy. Defeated. He was actually defeated by a junior, and a junior who used a sword. Anger. Rage. But a defeat was a defeat. According to the rules of the King Naming Pagoda, he could not attack again. He could only suppress his anger. Chunzong took a deep breath and looked away. He walked towards the next palace. The Eternal Night Demon Lord was indeed amazing. He was far more powerful than the previous geniuses. This battle was very difficult. The 13th Palace, Sword Sovereign Palace. The person in charge was a genius who came one generation after the Lingwu Emperor, Sword Sovereign. Using the two words Sword Sovereign as his title was enough to show that his attainments in the Sword Dao had reached a terrifying level. He had completely gained the recognition of the King Naming Pagoda. Sword Sovereign, the Sovereign of Swords. How elegant would his sword be? In an instant, Chunzong adjusted his mentality. He was fearless and full of anticipation as he stepped through the door of the 13th Palace. This step was like two different worlds. Sword Sovereign Palace. There were 14 palaces in the Lingwu Imperial Palace. Every palace looked similar. The only difference was the color and light. The light in the Sword Sovereign Palace was bright and clear. All the items seemed to have traces of golden light flowing around them. They emitted a shocking sharpness that seemed to be sword chi. Chunzong's eyes narrowed as he stared in front of him. A young man in a pale golden robe was sitting on the throne. He was resting with his eyes closed, but his back was as straight as a sword. He pointed towards the dome of the palace. Endless sword chi radiated in all directions with the throne as the center. It covered everything, including the entire palace. In an instant, the young man on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if the sword chi was going to pierce through the void and pierce through Chunzong. This sharpness shocked Chunzong. However, Chunzong met his gaze without fear. The aura of the will of the heart sword filled the air. His gaze was like a sword, and his pupils were like rays of light. They collided and collided in the void, as if two swords were clashing. Countless invisible sparks burst forth. You also practice swordsmanship. It sounded like a question, but it was also filled with certainty. The Sword Emperor's attainments in the way of the sword were extremely high. He had already been fully acknowledged by the King Naming Pagoda and was given the title of Sword Emperor. There was no need to talk about his attainments in the way of the sword. Therefore, the moment he met Chunzong's eyes, he knew that this person's attainment in the Tao of the Sword was very high. He was definitely a sword cultivator. He was a sword cultivator, yet he was able to defeat the Eternal Night Demon Lord and walk up to him. This had already caused the Sword Emperor's emotions to fluctuate slightly, and he was filled with battle intent. Countless years had passed since he ranked second on a 9-colored monarch tablet. He had always been in the Sword Emperor Palace, and no one had ever come before him. Loneliness. Loneliness. Now, there was finally someone who could defeat the Eternal Night Demon Master and walk in front of him. Furthermore, it was a sword cultivator. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword will shot up into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the dome of the Sword Emperor Palace. It was mighty and brilliant. Feeling this terrifying and tyrannical sword will, Chunzong knew why this person was given the title of Sword Emperor. The sword will was upright and brilliant, like the sun shining in the sky, like an emperor descending upon the world. The sword will of the heart sword was also released in an instant, contending with the sword will. Chunzong's sword will of the heart sword came from the heart, and was even more ethereal and difficult to find. However, its intention was far and far, completely different from the Sword Emperor's sword will. The two opposing sword wills clashed with each other, and a terrifying sharpness surged in the Sword Emperor Palace. You and I both practice swordsmanship. Why don't we use the way of the sword to determine who is better? The Sword Emperor stood up, and his dignified sword will seem to be even stronger. His voice was like an emperor commanding the world, and it spread out mightily. They did not compete in cultivation, secret techniques, or anything else. They only competed in the way of the sword. They competed with swords and used the way of the sword to determine who was better. Chunzong was very agreeable. Please. Chunzong saluted with his sword. Please. The Sword Emperor saluted with his sword. Then, Chunzong stared ahead and locked onto the Sword Emperor. He took a step forward, approaching the Sword Emperor step by step. His aura was constantly condensing, and traces of sword chi permeated around him. It was not sword chi activated by saint energy, but under the influence of the sword will, the surrounding air seemed to have been sharpened and turned into sword chi. The sword chi was awe-inspiring. Under the Sword Emperor's sword will, the surrounding air was also transformed into sword chi. Chunzong's sword will of the heart sword came from the heart, and it was a natural transformation like moving clouds and flowing water. However, the Sword Emperor's heavenly sword will of the Sword Emperor was like an emperor descending upon the world, and all living things submitting to him. Therefore, the aura of their sword chi was different. Ninth Revolution. Chunzong's sword will of the heart sword was at the ninth revolution, and the Sword Emperor's sword will of the heart sword was also at the ninth revolution. Moreover, they were both top-grade Dao wills. Their swords were still in their sheaths, and they were hundreds of meters away from each other. They did not seem to have made a move, but their sword wills had already clashed several times. Under the control of the sword wills, sword chi shot out, colliding and dispersing continuously, and a series of terrifying explosions could be heard. This was a battle between peerless sword cultivators. Their bodies did not move, but their minds moved, and sword chi moved. However, the battle of sword wills was evenly matched. The Sword Emperor's heavenly sword will of the Sword Emperor was upright and bright, and it directly oppressed and wanted all living things to submit to it. On the other hand, Chunzong's sword will of the heart sword came from the heart, and it was hard to find and grasp. As if they had a tacit understanding, two beams of sword light shot out in an instant. Man and sword became one, and they crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. The two swords clashed. As promised, both of them did not cultivate their chi, and the Sword Emperor did not cultivate his body. Naturally, Chunzong would not cultivate his body either, and he only used the same strength to control his sword. Sword technique. Sword will. That was all. This was a battle between pure sword cultivators. In just an instant, both of them attacked hundreds of times and clashed hundreds of times. Sword light overflowed in all directions, sword chi surged, and countless sparks blazed. Chunzong was using the basic sword technique, and the Sword Emperor was also using the basic sword technique. The basic sword technique was basically the same as the sword moves and styles. The only difference was the degree of mastery and application. Ordinary sword cultivators had an ordinary foundation in the basic sword technique, and their application was ordinary. Brilliant sword cultivators had an extremely solid foundation in the basic sword technique, and their application was unpredictable, and their power was indescribable. Chunzong and the Sword Emperor had an extremely solid foundation in the basic sword technique, and they had already reached an astonishingly profound level. With their abilities, even if they only used the basic sword technique, they could easily kill ordinary people of the same cultivation base. The sword technique seemed simple, but it was shockingly profound. They were excited to see the prey. Every sword attack was a close combat, and it was extremely dangerous. The Sword Emperor was very surprised. This person's basic sword technique was not inferior to his at all. During the exchange, their styles were completely different and exquisite. Chunzong also saw the different profoundness from the Sword Emperor's basic sword technique and used it as a reference to learn. The Tao Will of the Heart sword originated from the heart. When the heart was moved, the mind would move, and when the mind moved, the sword would arrive. If the heart changed, the sword would change. As a result, the Tao intent of the heart sword was filled with boundless possibilities, causing Chunzong's sword technique to be similarly filled with boundless possibilities. Through this, he was able to forge the Wuji chain sword that could continuously absorb the profundities of the myriad schools to reach perfection. The Sword Emperor's sword technique suddenly changed. Every sword attack was dyed with a layer of faint golden light, and the power of every sword attack skyrocketed. Every sword attack seemed simple and went straight for the heart, but its power was astonishing, and it was impossible to dodge. It was as if the Sword Emperor's orders had to be obeyed, and it attacked the mind. If it was anyone else, they would be affected, and their strength would be weakened. However, Chunzong would not be affected, because Chunzong's sword will was the Tao Will of the Heart sword. It originated from the heart, and it was the most effective and the most resistant to the Sword Emperor's sword will. The Sword Emperor had already used a close combat sword technique. It was the culmination of many sword techniques in his youth, the Imperial Heaven Sword of Earth. Chunzong also used the Infinite Sword Chain. The battle of self-created sword techniques was also a battle of the Sword Tao between the two. They did not use Saint Power, nor did they use any other techniques. The destructive power of the sword technique did not seem very strong, but in fact, it was still very frightening, and its destructive power was shocking. Neither Chunzong nor the Sword Emperor wanted to be hit, because it meant that they would be injured. And if they were injured, it would affect their ability to unleash their strength. This kind of close combat was the most dangerous. Every breath was like walking on the edge of life and death, and it also made Chunzong and the Sword Emperor highly focused. The Sword Emperor's sword arrived, and the faint golden light became more intense. It was incomparably dazzling, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth. The shocking sword radiance was vast and majestic, and it was magnificent. The sword arrived directly, but it made Chunzong feel that he could not avoid it no matter what. Even if he wanted to dodge, he could not avoid it. Even if he fled 1,000 miles away, he still could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, then he had to fight it. Chain. In the blink of an eye, countless sword radiances were shot out. They were densely packed, layer upon layer, and as they intersected, it was as if they were weaved into a swamp. It caused the Sword Emperor's mighty sword to be continuously weakened, and its power decreased continuously. The Sword Emperor was slightly surprised. The sword just now was one of his most powerful moves. It attacked directly and suppressed the opponent with force, but it was neutralized in such a way. And this neutralization method was really amazing. It weakened the sword radiances little by little. The second sword radiance was shot out. This time, the sword radiance was even more dazzling. The golden light illuminated the world, and it was extremely terrifying. Not only was it filled with shocking power, its speed was even more frightening. When the tyrannical power and speed were combined, a terrifying power was released with a simple technique, and it broke through the chain of sword radiances in one fell swoop. Wuji, the Wuji sword, which was getting more and more perfect, suddenly blocked the attack. Imperial Heaven and Earth. I am the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. The Sword Emperor shouted in a low voice, and the frightening power of a sovereign suddenly burst forth. The strongest sword slashed down from the sky, and the shadow of a giant seemed to appear on the Sword Emperor's body. It was shining with golden light, and it was as if the Emperor of Heaven and Earth was standing in the world. This sword radiated endless power and was extremely frightening. As it pressed down, Chunzong could not help but tremble. It was as if he was about to kneel down in front of the Sword Emperor. However, Chunzong's was very strong. This frightening Imperial Heaven's power had a much smaller impact on Chunzong than the others. He could completely resist it. Limitless. Chapter 1587. The Dominator of Six Realms knows that everyone wants me to unleash my full potential. I also want to unleash my full potential. That means more money for the new year. But it's the end of the year, and there are more things to do. I don't have enough time. From Saint King Chongshan to the Demon Lord of Eternal Night, Chunzong's infinite sword chain had been constantly improving. Whether it was the foundation of his swordsmanship that he had accumulated in the past, or the 24 dragons and snakes painting that he had obtained in the Lingwu sacred ground, Chunzong had been constantly comprehending and analyzing the mysteries in them, integrating them into the infinite sword chain. In the past, it was accumulation. Now, after repeated life and death battles with powerful and talented peerless geniuses, it was improvement, accumulating strength, like a hot knife through butter. Now, the infinite sword chain's mysteries and power were much better than before. It seemed to be superior and even had a hint of transcendence. However, it was very subtle, and Chunzong had not noticed it yet. But in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, this sword seemed to have endless possibilities. One sword, 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords, one sword. It was like dragons and snakes rising from the ground. This kind of subtlety surprised the Sword Emperor, and his eyes flickered. The Sword Emperor was the Sword Emperor after all. His swordsmanship were extremely brilliant. Although that sword could not kill Chunzong, the infinite sword chain was also useless. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. After the two swords clashed, they quickly retreated and stared at each other. They were both surprised by each other's swordsmanship. Very strong, very brilliant. However, Chunzong was also very clear that if he had not challenged Saint King Chongshan, but the Sword Emperor at the beginning, he would most likely not be a match for him. It was the battles at the beginning that stimulated the potential that he had accumulated over the years. Although his cultivation did not change, his swordsmanship became more and more perfect, and his strength increased as well. He had reached the point where he could fight the Sword Emperor head-on without losing. Martial arts, sword Dao, and sword will are the limit for many cultivators. The Sword Emperor did not attack again. Instead, he opened his mouth and said slowly. Chunzong did not know what he meant, but he did not attack. Instead, he stared at the Sword Emperor and listened. Above sword will is domain. You can turn your will into a domain. The Sword Emperor said. Chunzong suddenly understood. The Sword Emperor spoke of sword intent, but it also referred to Dao intent. After all, sword intent was a type of Dao intent. It was said that above the will of the way was the precept domain that seemed to belong to the level of the strongest of the great saint realm. Compared to his current level, the difference was like heaven and earth. Between intent and domain, there is another realm known as the extreme realm. The Sword Emperor's words made Chunzong's eyes light up. The pinnacle of Dao insight. That was still at the level of intent, but its power was above intent. Some top half-step great saint realm experts had grasped the strength of the Dao insight realm. I have a sword that has not reached the pinnacle, but is close to it. Please evaluate it. As soon as the Sword Emperor finished speaking, Chunzong immediately understood the purpose of his words. A sword strike that was close to the pinnacle. Chunzong was shocked, and then he felt an indescribable sense of anticipation and excitement. How strong would a sword strike that the Sword Emperor valued so much be? The Sword Emperor's expression was solemn, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Chunzong's expression was solemn as well, and he was concentrating all his attention and waiting. This sword strike of mine is called Emperor's Shadow. The Sword Emperor's voice was even more solemn and respectful. As the Sword Emperor finished speaking, an indescribable aura seemed to envelop the Sword Emperor's body. It seemed like a force field, but it was not a force field. It distorted the air around him as if his power had surpassed its original limit and reached a new height, and the surroundings could not bear it. Under the distortion, a shadow condensed on the Sword Emperor's body. The shadow seemed to be a figure, and it overlapped with the Sword Emperor's figure and merged into one. He swung his sword. Shinzong did not know how to describe this sword strike. It seemed to be very slow, but it also seemed to be very fast to the extreme. The feeling of fast and slow was contradictory, but it appeared in this sword strike at the same time. But that was secondary. The real tyrannical power was a kind of extreme power, as if a king had descended to the earth and suppressed everything. For a moment, Chunzong felt that his body seemed to be suppressed and frozen, and he could not move. But Chunzong also clearly realized that it was not that he could not move, but that he could not react in time. It was a very strange feeling, and it was hard to describe. In short, the power of this sword strike was extremely strong. It was difficult for him to resist. It was a very terrifying sword strike. When the sword struck, the void under the sword directly turned into a vacuum. Burst! Shinzong tried his best to burst out the heart sword Dao intent. This sword intent, if one's mind was strong, it would be stronger. If one's mind was weak, it would be weaker. Its strength was determined by one's mind. Facing the Sword Emperor's sword strike that was close to the pinnacle, if Chunzong was defeated and his mind was weakened, he could only wait for death. But on the contrary, Chunzong was not weakened. Instead, he burst out with a stronger mind and belief. Strong mind. Belief above all. Although this would not allow the Heart Sword Dao intent to break through the 9 cycles and reach the pinnacle, it would allow the potential of the Heart Sword Dao intent to burst out instantly, and its power would increase greatly. Limitless. This explosion happened in an instant. The limitless sword immediately attacked. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, and the 10,000 swords condensed into one sword, which became more and more powerful. It was as bright as a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind an indestructible trajectory. The strongest sword strike collapsed under the Sword Emperor's shadow. The terrifying sword strike arrived brazenly, but the explosion of the limitless sword also bought Chunzong a little bit of time. He retreated in an instant, and sword light flashed in succession. A series of sword strikes was the best way to weaken the power of the attacks. However, this move still crumbled under the Emperor's shadow's sword strike. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Limitless. Chain. Limitless. His continuous attacks were all defeated by the Emperor's shadow. At the moment when the swords collided, an abundant and irresistible force rushed straight to him. The web between his thumb and forefinger cracked, and blood splattered. The tendons and bones in his arm seemed to be damaged by the terrifying force, and his body flew backward. Chunzong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The Sword Emperor was too strong. After breaking through Limitless Infinity Sword's chainsword, he had even suffered heavy injuries. If the Sword Emperor attacked again, Chunzong would be defeated. However, the Sword Emperor put his sword back into the sheath. You won. Chunzong was slightly stunned, and then he understood. There were 2 reasons. First, it wasn't easy for the Sword Emperor to use the Emperor's shadow. It needed time. During the process, Chunzong could have attacked and interrupted it, but he didn't. Second, the Emperor's shadow obviously overused the Sword Emperor's power. After all, this was the Sword Emperor's youth. Maybe there was a third reason, but Chunzong didn't think too much about it. His mind was full of the Sword Emperor's shadow, which was close to the extreme state. A sword strike close to the extreme state of sword intent was really terrifying. The Emperor of Lingwu is very strong, the Sword Emperor said to Chunzong as he returned to the throne. Chunzong saluted with his sword and walked toward the door. As soon as he passed through the door, a mysterious power rushed into his body. In an instant, Chunzong's injuries were healed, and the power he had consumed was also completely recovered. He stepped into the last palace of the Lingwu Imperial Palace, the Lingwu Palace, in his peak state. How many years has it been? You are the second person besides the Sword Emperor to step into the Lingwu Palace. The figure on the throne wasn't very tall, but he had an indescribable, imposing manner. It was as if he was the center of the world, and everything had to follow him. Such might cause Qinzong to be indescribably shocked, and it struck directly at his heart. The Emperor of Lingwu. This was the Emperor of Lingwu in his youth. Qinzong didn't know if the Lingwu Emperor in his youth had already mastered the Lingwu Supreme Method. He shouldn't have. Draw your sword. Defeat me, and you will ascend to the top. The Emperor of Lingwu's voice sounded again, with a certain rhythm that shook the surroundings. It was as if all the power in the surroundings would be controlled by him, and Qinzong's expression became more and more serious. The Emperor of Lingwu's voice fell, but he sat on the throne without moving at all, as if waiting for Qinzong to take the initiative to attack. In an instant, Qinzong adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit, mobilized and condensed his power. He unsheathed his sword, and the sword light streaked across the sky, turning into an incomparably sharp sword energy that broke through the air. The sword light was like a crescent moon that cut through the sky, as if it was splitting the Lingwu Palace into two. It mercilessly attacked the Emperor of Lingwu on the throne. The Emperor of Lingwu raised his eyelids slightly. He didn't make a move, but just pointed his finger. The spiraling finger shot out, breaking through the air. In an instant, it shattered the crescent moon-like sword light and shot towards Qinzong like a hot knife through butter. This finger immediately made Qinzong's pupils contract. It looked like a very ordinary finger energy, but it made his heart palpitate as if it could penetrate everything. Under his gaze, the spiraling finger energy was like a drill, drilling through everything. The seventh step of the Thunder Steps, 9 heavens. Immediately, Qinzong blasted out with his sword, using the 9 Heaven Sword King's 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword technique, the Thunder Blast. The power of the Thunder Blast was astonishing. The lightning was mighty and overbearing, and it blasted out in an instant. Its power was astonishing. In an instant, it merged with the power of the Thunder Steps' 9 heavens, breaking through the original limit and becoming even more tyrannical. The Emperor of Lingwu's expression didn't change at all. He pointed his finger again, and the tyrannical finger energy broke through the air. The power of this finger was much more tyrannical than the first finger. The sword of the Thunder Blast was extremely violent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Its power was astonishing. The power of the Emperor of Lingwu's finger didn't seem to be strong enough, but it was incomparably restrained. The finger pierced through the air, piercing through the lightning, and shot towards Qinzong like a hot knife through butter. The 8th step of the Thunder Steps, 9 heavens. The lightning immediately wrapped Qinzong's body from top to bottom. It was incomparably blazing, and he avoided the Emperor of Lingwu's finger. The second move of the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword technique, the Thunder Flash. The tyrannical power burst out, as if it had merged a little more, and the power was even more tyrannical. Kill! The sword of lightning shattered the sky, as if it had shattered the vacuum. Its power was much more tyrannical than the Thunder Blast. The Emperor of Lingwu's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, but his body still didn't move. He still lifted his finger and gently pointed. As if he was touching the water, ripples spread out from his fingertip, and immediately a terrifying finger energy broke through the air. This finger energy was much more tyrannical than the previous two. The Thunder Blast was defeated again, and it directly attacked Qinzong. Qinzong waved his sword and shattered the finger energy. Once again, he attacked with his sword. Wind Fire Sword Fury. This was the tyrannical sword that erupted from a fusion of the 8th Revolution Tao, Will of Earth Fire, and the 8th Revolution Tao, Will of Hurricane. Its power was extremely tyrannical, and it covered everything in front of it, as if it wanted to shatter everything in front of it into powder. The Emperor of Lingwu's expression changed slightly. He was obviously shocked by the power of Qinzong's sword. The power of the fused owl was very strong. Chapter 1588. The Lingwu Emperor's figure was neither tall nor mighty, but when he stood up, it was as if a giant was supporting the sky. The entire Lingwu Imperial Palace was trembling, and a terrifying aura attacked the surrounding air, stirring up countless ripples that turned into huge waves. Under the gaze of Chunzong's sharp eyes, he could only vaguely see the Lingwu Emperor reach out his right hand. His 5 fingers changed countless times in an instant, like a soaring eagle, like a giant whale coming out of the water. It was mysterious beyond compare. The wind and fire, swords that seemed to be able to destroy everything, paused for a moment. Then, the Lingwu Emperor's changing palms continuously slapped and bombarded, melting like ice and snow, unable to hurt him at all. Chunzong's pupils shrank slightly. The Lingwu Emperor was really strong. His battle intent exploded, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The 8th step of the thunder steps of the 9 heavens. In an instant, Chunzong turned into a flash of lightning. His speed seemed to have increased, and his sword slashed across the sky, leaving behind a faint black trace. Kill! The Lingwu Emperor's lips curled into a smile. His shoulders seemed to sway imperceptibly, and his figure flickered slightly in an instant, becoming somewhat blurry. When Chunzong's sword slashed past, it dissipated like a bubble. Chunzong, on the other hand, seemed to have been hit by a huge force. He flew out uncontrollably, and his blood and chi shook incessantly. In an instant, the sword slashed past. The Lingwu Emperor not only dodged, but also counterattacked. Fortunately, Chunzong reacted in time and barely managed to block with his sword. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The Lingwu Emperor was slightly surprised that his opponent had blocked his attack. However, this kind of battle was more interesting. His figure flickered again, and the Lingwu Emperor took the initiative to attack, closing in on Chunzong. Fast, fast, extremely fast. The two of them fought in close quarters. Countless sparks flew, and countless waves of energy surged. It was as if a vacuum ripple had exploded, layer upon layer. The entire Lingwu Imperial Palace was filled with sparks and ripples. 2 blurry figures were constantly crisscrossing and attacking in all directions. The terrifying power seemed to want to smash the Lingwu Imperial Palace into ruins. However, no one knew what material the Lingwu Imperial Palace was made of. It was incomparably sturdy. Under the terrifying impact of the 2 people, it was not damaged at all. Good. I didn't think that there would be such a genius among the latecomers. The young Lingwu Emperor laughed in an extremely carefree manner. He was at the top of his generation, suppressing an entire era. It was lonely at the top, and he had long since felt lonely. After countless years, only the Sword Emperor was able to defeat all the peerless geniuses of the various eras and fight fiercely with him. However, the Sword Emperor was still no match for him and was defeated in the end. Now, the Lingwu Emperor felt that the kid in front of him was much stronger than the Sword Emperor and was worth him going all out. Boom! His aura soared to the sky, as if it had shattered the dome of the Lingwu Imperial Palace. The terrifying aura suppressed all directions, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be under his control. At the same time, Chunzong also activated his full strength, releasing an extremely shocking sword aura. An illusory sword appeared around him, emitting an extremely shocking sharpness that could cut through heaven and earth and tear everything apart. Time after time, Chunzong's potential was stimulated. Unknowingly, he was improving continuously. Even if it was just a little bit of improvement, it had a significant impact. It was like a sword embryo that was constantly being forged and hammered into a treasured sword, and then sharpened into a real sword. The Lingwu Emperor did not use weapons. He himself was the best weapon. As soon as he started to attack, the Lingwu Emperor displayed an extremely shocking martial art. It could only be described with 4 words: extensive and profound. Every move was a move of a different martial art, and they all contained the essence and mystery of different martial arts. Hard, strong, soft, weak, fast, slow, explosive, flexible, and changeable, seemingly endless. The Sword Emperor was defeated by this kind of attack, because there were too many changes too fast, and it was difficult to keep up. Gradually, he fell into a disadvantage and was finally defeated. The title of Martial Emperor Ling was not an exaggeration. He was extremely talented and had a high level of comprehension. When he practiced martial arts, he was like a fish in water. In addition to his amazing background and cultivation, when he was young, he had already read a lot of ancient books. Moreover, he had practiced and comprehended the martial arts in those ancient books to a very high level. There were so many martial arts that it was as if there were stars in the sky. What was even more shocking was that the Lingwu Emperor did not use them inflexibly, but had truly grasped the essence of them. He used them as if they were floating clouds and flowing water, and changed them freely. This made it even harder for people to guard against and resist. If one could not keep up with his rhythm, they would quickly be suppressed by the opponent and fall into a disadvantage. In the end, they would be defeated or even killed. However, Chunzong's infinite sword chain was similar to the Lingwu Emperor's complex and changeable style of martial arts. Of course, the real difference was that the Lingwu Emperor's style of martial arts was complex and changeable, and there was a sense of disorganization. On the other hand, Chunzong's style of swordsmanship did not become the core and contained a myriad of changes. With the infinite sword chain as the core, it absorbed the mystery and essence of various other martial arts, constantly improving and perfecting this swordsmanship and raising its level, so that it contained more essence and changes. As soon as they exchanged blows, Chunzong was pleasantly surprised. The Lingwu Emperor was also pleasantly surprised. It was an unexpected feeling. One core was changeable, and the other core was unchangeable. Changeable and unchangeable seemed to be the opposite of each other, but they also had the same effect. Excited, the two temporarily put aside other things and displayed their core martial arts to their heart's content, and continued to exchange blows. The Lingwu Emperor's martial arts attainments exceeded Chunzong's expectations. Chunzong felt that his infinite sword chain would be even more refined. The Lingwu Emperor was also surprised by Chunzong's swordsmanship. He displayed his martial arts to his heart's content, and the intense battle continued. Time passed slowly. The time in the king-naming pagoda was different from the time in the outside world. One day in the king-naming pagoda was only a short period of time in the outside world. However, it was obvious that Chunzong's time in the king-naming pagoda had surpassed that of the Taishan saint. There were already some whispers guessing where Chunzong had broken through. The Taishan saint was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. However, as he stared at the king-naming pagoda, a sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes from time to time, as if it could tear the void apart. His heart was not calm at all. He would not allow anyone to surpass him. Even though he was only fourth on the nine-colored king-naming pagoda and could not defeat the Eternal Night Demon Lord, the Sword Emperor, and the Lingwu Emperor to reach first place, he still wanted to become the top genius of this generation. He wanted to surpass his generation and surpass the previous generation. The Sky Frost Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun were also surprised. Chunzong seemed to have been in the king-naming pagoda for a longer time than the Taishan Saint Sun. Although being in the king-naming pagoda for a longer time did not necessarily mean that one had reached a higher level, it was normal for people to be evenly matched and fall into a bitter battle. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, they both had a feeling that perhaps Chunzong had surpassed them, or even the Taishan Saint Sun. If that was true, they would only be happy because the Taishan Saint Sun would no longer be the person standing at the top. Gong Tianqing's expression was very ugly. Could it be that after so many times, Chunzong had grown to the point where he could threaten his brother, God Gong? No. Gong Tianqing shook his head violently. Chunzong definitely could not surpass his brother, who was known as the reincarnation of a god. Regardless of what others thought, in the king-naming pagoda, in the Lingwu Palace, Chunzong and the young Lingwu Emperor's battle did not stop. It was extremely intense. For a time, relying on their respective martial arts, The two of them actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in close combat, and were evenly matched. Chunzong's swordsmanship was improving, and so was the young Lingwu Emperor. Potential. It was constantly being stimulated, breaking the limit, surpassing the limit, and increasing the upper limit. Fighting with you is indeed satisfying. Next, have a taste of my self-created Lingwu Sans Ho, the Lingwu Emperor said as he attacked. Immediately, his aura changed. It became more erratic, but also more condensed. This abnormal feeling made Chunzong feel very conflicted, and he immediately raised his guard to the extreme. In an instant, the Lingwu Emperor attacked. It was like a crane spreading its wings. It looked simple, but its trajectory was clear and mysterious. It gave Chunzong a feeling that it was in harmony with the heavens and earth, as if it had flown from the surface of the void. Everything could not resist its power. It would be pierced and torn apart. It was an extremely terrifying attack. The crane's beak was like a sharp sword, and the crane's wings were like blades. This attack contained some of the mysteries of the sword and the saber. Pierce. Tear. In an instant, Chunzong attacked with his sword. The sword light was endless, layer upon layer, like silk, smoke, and fog. Every sword seemed to weave, intertwining endlessly and continuously weakening the power of the crane hand. The Lingwu Emperor's eyes lit up slightly. This move was really mysterious. It seemed to have no beginning and no end, and there were signs of it forming its own body. Moreover, the Lingwu Emperor could see that the potential of this move was still there. It had not been developed to the extreme. If it had been developed to the extreme, perhaps it would have formed its own body, an independent cycle, without beginning or end, and it would be difficult to break through. Even though it had not reached the extreme, its power was amazing. It also weakened the power of the crane hand. When it reached Chunzong, it only had less than 30% of its power left, and it was defeated by Chunzong with one sword. Wuji. The sword light was continuous, changing, and contained the mysteries of initiative. Every sword was as delicate and flexible as the work of nature. It was full of changes, as if it was covering all directions, and also as if it was attacking from the front. This sword made the Lingwu Emperor's eyes even brighter, and it shot out. The second move of the Lingwu Sans Ho, Graceful Hand. When the graceful hand was used, it was as if a huge black bird swept across the sky. Its speed was faster than the crane hand, and it was sharper than the crane hand. In essence, the graceful hand was the upgraded and strengthened version of the crane hand. Its power was even more tyrannical. The graceful hand was like a flying bird, constantly tearing and attacking. The sword light was shattered one by one, but at the same time, the graceful hand was also affected, and its power was constantly weakening. The sword light turned, and Chunzong used the infinite sword. Countless sword lights gathered into one in an instant. This sword light seemed to be majestic and mighty, and could shatter space. It also seemed to be condensed into a line, and could pierce through all things. It mercilessly attacked the Lingwu Emperor, and pierced through the graceful hand without mercy. Chapter 1589. The old man had been busy for most of his life and was very proud of this new house. Now, the Six Paths has returned to the old house to help and make the old man happy. His eyes were as resplendent as the stars, their radiance illuminating the world. The young Lingwu Emperor's hands changed instantly. Flying crane hand and startling swan hand crossed his hands. It was very mysterious and brought about a shocking explosion. It was so sharp that it was as if a rock was soaring into the sky with its wings covering the sky. The third style of Lingwu Sans Ho, Rock Hand. Startling Swan Hand was an upgrade of Flying Crane Hand. Rock Hand was not only an upgrade of Startling Swan Hand, but also a qualitative change. The rock hits the water for 3,000 miles, shaking the 9 heavens. An incomparably shocking aura suddenly spread in all directions. Vaguely, There seemed to be an illusion of a rock condensing and appearing out of thin air. It let out an earth-shattering cry that shook the heavens and the earth. The might of this attack was unparalleled. In just an instant, the sword light of the limitless sword was blocked, shattered, and shattered. The illusion of the rock seemed to be endless. It filled the entire Lingwu Palace. The pressure on Chunzong instantly increased to the extreme. Chunzong only felt that he was suppressed by a terrifying aura. It was as if he was facing the oppression of heaven and earth. In an instant, it was as if he was facing the Emperor's shadow of the Sword Emperor. Was this attack also close to the level of the Supreme Realm? The infinite sword was shattered. It was as if everything would be shattered under this attack. Nothing could block it. A sense of uneasiness grew in his heart. Fortunately, Chunzong's mind was very strong. He reacted instantly. He guarded his mind and did not waver. He gathered all his strength and exploded it. Myriad streams, force field, heart domain. All his techniques were used in an instant. They were superimposed on each other. Infinite. Once again, he attacked with his sword. The power of this sword increased by a lot. A sword light that seemed both majestic and slender, like a myriad of swords yet seemed like only one, tore through the sky and slashed out, drawing an incomparably profound trajectory. The trajectory was unpredictable and incomparable, yet was extremely powerful, capable of piercing through and shattering everything. Collision. It was as if the collision and impact between the stars had burst forth with an incomparably terrifying power. The entire Lingwu Imperial Palace trembled incessantly, as if it was about to collapse. The incomparably shocking shockwave was like a torrential wave that surged and surged endlessly. The impact did not stop, and everything would be disintegrated and turn into powder. Under this terrifying force, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Chunzong and the Emperor of Lingwu's expressions were slightly solemn. They kept retreating and reducing the force. Take my Lingwu, Sans Ho fourth form. Azure Fire Hand. The young Lingwu Emperor's voice became fleeting, his body became fleeting, and his hands became even more fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong discovered that his surroundings seemed to have changed. From the martial Spirit Emperor Palace, he had appeared on a barren land. Looking up, the sky was filled with grayish-white clouds that moved with the wind, as if they were endless waves. Immediately, the wind stopped and the clouds stopped. It was as if the space had frozen. Then, a circle of ripples suddenly shook out from the void. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Layers of ripples spread out and turned into waves that surged in all directions. An extremely strong sense of danger suddenly rushed over and engulfed his entire body. It made Chunzong extremely shocked. From the countless ripples, an almost black, flowing flame fell. Its speed was getting faster and faster. It was like a black comet falling down. It carried an incomparably terrifying power, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. This attack was the Azure Fire Hand. It was also an attack that was extremely close to the ultimate state. It was even more terrifying than the Sword Emperor's Shadow. Similarly, there were differences in strength between those who were close to the ultimate state. Some were just close, while others were very close. There were even some who were only a little bit away. An incomparably sharp and violent roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. It directly pierced through the eardrums, causing Chunzong's mind to tremble. This move had surpassed the previous 3 moves. It was a complete qualitative change and was even more difficult to deal with. Chunzong could not help but feel that he could not resist this attack. Even if he attacked with all his might, he still could not block this attack. He would be killed by this attack. This feeling became more and more intense. It occupied his mind like a demon. There seemed to be the sound of a long sword. In an instant, the thought that was unfavorable to him was cut off. His essence, energy, and spirit condensed, sublimated, and exploded in an instant. In his mind, countless thoughts flowed through in an instant. Countless essences also surged and gushed out. This was between life and death. Between life and death, there were great terrors and great opportunities. The painting of the 24 dragons and snakes, the accumulation of the past swordsmanship, the infinite sword chain, all of the essences burst out in an instant. Countless inspirations appeared, surging endlessly like waves. The extreme edge sword was trembling slightly, and a trace of astonishing sharpness was spreading out. Gradually, more and more sword lights appeared in his mind. Each sword light represented a thought, a kind of mystery. The mysteries were colliding, gathering, and bursting out new sword lights, filling up his entire mind and mind. It was endless. In the blink of an eye, the sword light that gushed out of Chunzong's mind had only appeared for an extremely short period of time. The sword light grew from a small amount to a large amount, and then rapidly decreased from a large amount to a small amount. In the end, there was only one ray left, or rather, it gathered into one ray. That sword light vaguely contained the mystery of the infinite sword chain. It was as if 10,000 swords had merged into one sword. The sword light looked incomparably majestic and slender, but it was constantly condensing and becoming more and more condensed. From the thickness of an arm, it kept condensing to the thickness of a thumb, and finally to the thickness of a chopstick. It seemed to have reached the limit. Chunzong slashed out with his sword as if he was enlightened, piercing through the sky. There was no smoke, no murderous intent. It was just a very plain sword, a very ordinary sword. But when the sword slashed out, a beam of sword light as thick as a chopstick pierced through the sky. It caused the young Lingwu Emperor's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. He was inexplicably shocked. This sword was increasingly terrifying. A sword that was enlightened. A sword that gathered all of his accumulations and precipitated. A sword that flashed with spiritual light. A sword that burst out under the threat of the young Lingwu Emperor's azure fire hand. This was a sword that was close to the extreme realm. When the sword slashed out, there was a kind of cathartic pleasure like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was incomparably carefree, and the power of the whole body surged and erupted in an instant. For a moment, Chunzong could not clearly describe this feeling with words. He only felt that it was very carefree, as if his whole body was about to fly into the sky. His essence, chi, and spirit seemed to be constantly slashing upwards with the sword light. Sublimation, close to the extreme realm, chasing the extreme realm. This was a very wonderful feeling. The terrifying black comet-like flowing light fell and came into contact with the sword light that Chunzong had slashed out. In an instant, the world seemed to stagnate and then burst apart in an instant. The colors turned black and white, and there was no sound. It was like a world of dead silence. But in the next moment, an extremely terrifying sharp sound surged out, filling the world. In an instant, Chunzong seemed to have returned to the Lingwu Imperial Palace and was facing the young Lingwu Emperor. In the battle of the Great Era, geniuses come forth in large numbers. After so many years, I am very happy to have met you. The young Lingwu Emperor did not attack again. Instead, he slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back and returned to the emperor's throne. He said, "In this battle, although our cultivation is equal, the cultivation technique that you practice is too ordinary." The Lingwu Emperor did not attack again, and Chunzong also stood still. The young Lingwu Emperor finally said, "This battle is considered your victory. I hope that you will not die prematurely. One day, your name will be heard in the void of the universe." Chunzong was slightly startled. "I won." But since the young Lingwu Emperor said so, Chunzong did not argue. However, what the Lingwu Emperor said was not wrong. His De Xian origin art was indeed a bit ordinary, and it was among the top grade sage level cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were also a relatively important part of one's strength, and it was indispensable. When a powerful cultivation technique was cultivated to a profound level, it would increase one's strength significantly. Suddenly, Chunzong felt a force fall on his body, and he could not resist it at all. Soon after, Everything around him rippled like water, and the young Lingwu Emperor in front of him seemed to become blurry, as if he was an illusion. In the next moment, a nine-colored light circulated, and Chunzong seemed to be ascending. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. This was a brand new palace, and there was a huge throne. After the flowing light, everything returned to normal. The Emperor's throne. The Emperor's throne was summoning. Chunzong focused his eyes and walked forward. He walked up the 15th flight of stairs and stood in front of the Emperor's throne, then turned around and sat down. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were roaring, and an unparalleled power swept over. Chunzong seemed to have merged with the Emperor's throne, becoming the center of a world. Threads of extremely sharp aura were guided out of Chunzong's body and merged with the Emperor's throne. With the Emperor's throne as the center, it rapidly spread throughout the entire palace. The dome, the walls, the pillars, the floor, everything was covered by a layer of extremely sharp aura. It seemed to be sword energy that originated from Chunzong's sword energy. Chunzong also felt as if a part of himself was merging with the Emperor's throne, creating a brand new transformation. Then Chunzong stood up, but there was still another Chunzong sitting on the Emperor's throne. Suddenly, Chunzong understood. This was the power of the king-naming pagoda. It left its own imprint and formed a brand new body, giving it its own consciousness and all of its own cultivation and strength. It was just like itself, but it had nothing to do with itself. It wasn't a clone, but it was similar to a clone. Even if the original body died, the clone inside the king-naming pagoda wouldn't be affected. Naturally, the purpose of this body being left here was for those who came later to challenge it. Chunzong also knew that this was the 15th palace of the king-naming pagoda. The plaque outside the palace was originally blank, but now 3 large black words appeared, emitting an incomparably sharp aura. They were like divine swords. Jindi Palace. Jindi. Chunzong was also very surprised. He actually obtained the title of Jindi. Jindi, the Emperor of Swords, was even more shocking than the Emperor of Swords. Then, the words Lingwu Palace disappeared, and 3 large words appeared. Jindi Palace. Now, Chunzong defeated the Lingwu Emperor and became the number 1. This palace was naturally named after Chunzong's title. Jindi Palace replaced the Lingwu Palace. This represented the change of era and the arrival of a new era. Chapter 1590. In the king-naming tower of the king-naming world. Light flowed around the king-naming tower. There were 9 different colors, and they were dazzling and beautiful. Everyone's attention was drawn to the king-naming tower. Chunzong had finally finished. Many people knew about him. After all, Chunzong's reputation had spread far and wide after the competition for a spot in the Lingwu sacred land. Now, he had spent a much longer time in the king-naming tower than the Taishin saint. Everyone was looking forward to it. He should be able to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Everyone's attention was on him. The 9-colored light bloomed from the bottom of the king-naming tower. Then, it shot up into the sky, 1 level at a time. When it reached the top, it turned into the first beam of crimson light and shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the crimson light exploded in the sky and turned into countless beams. At the highest point, they turned into countless shooting stars. The beams of crimson light were extremely dazzling. They seemed to be burning with crimson flames as they streaked across the sky. They formed the most beautiful trajectory. It was so beautiful that people were mesmerized. When the crimson light exploded and streaked in all directions, from the top of the king-naming pagoda, another streak of orange light shot into the sky and exploded at the highest point. Countless orange meteors streaked across the sky in the most beautiful trajectory. The 3rd beam was yellow. The 4th beam was green. The 5th beam was green. The 6th beam was blue. The 7th beam was purple. The 8th beam was silver. The 9th beam was the most dazzling. It was gold. 9-colored light. The 9-colored heavenly flower had exploded. It was extremely dazzling. Extremely dazzling. Extremely shocking. At the same time, a nine-colored heavenly flower appeared in the sky above the Tianyuan sacred territory. It exploded, and its nine-colored light shot out in all directions. It covered the sky and shocked everyone. Who is it, other than the Taishan saint? Who else can detonate the nine-colored heavenly flower? There are two people who can detonate the nine-colored heavenly flower. Could this be another golden age? It's comparable to Emperor Ling Wu's golden age. Shocking. Everyone was extremely shocked. From ancient times until now, only in the era of the spiritual martial emperor had two peerless monsters who had detonated the nine-colored heavenly flower. And now, after countless years, they had appeared once again. Furthermore, what was different from Emperor Ling Wu's era was that there was not much time between the detonation of the nine-colored heavenly flower. It had only been a few hours. In other words, the two people who had detonated the nine-colored heavenly flower should still be in the King realm at this moment. This was even more shocking than the era of Emperor Ling Wu. Moreover, many people noticed that the area covered by the explosion of the nine-colored heavenly flowers this time seemed to be even larger than before. Could it be that the person who detonated the nine-colored heavenly flower wasn't the Taishan saint's son, but someone else? And this time, it was the Taishan saint's son who detonated it? Those who thought this way were those who had great confidence in the Taishan saint's son, but they also represented the views of the majority. Could it be him? Xian Conluo looked up at the sky and at the extremely dazzling nine-colored heavenly flower. He secretly guessed, but he didn't dare to be sure. After all, this was too shocking. Since ancient times, every person who detonated the nine-colored heavenly flower would definitely become a supreme saint, and they would be the best of the best. In the King realm, everyone was dumbfounded. The Taishan saint's son subconsciously clenched his fist so tightly that his fingers were almost twisted. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, showing the violent fluctuations and anger in his heart. This was because the scale of the nine-colored heavenly flower was even larger than his. The ranking on the King Realm tablet was actually closely related to the scale of the nine-colored heavenly flower. The larger the scale, the higher the ranking. Now, the scale of the nine-colored heavenly flower detonated by that person was much larger than his, which meant that the other person's ranking was above his. This was unacceptable, unforgivable. Gong Tianxing was completely stunned. This person had clearly surpassed his brother, God Gong. How could there be such a terrifying person? Could it be that he was the true reincarnation of a god? The ancient Saint Sun and Sky Chill Saint Sun were also very shocked, but after the shock, they were pleasantly surprised. This way, in this era, the Taishan Saint Sun wasn't the only one who could reign supreme. Someone was above the Taishan Saint Sun. Although it wasn't them, it still felt good. The nine-colored heavenly flower completely detonated. Its flowing light immediately covered the sky of the King realm, falling from the edge of the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, reflecting everyone's faces. They were extremely shocked from the bottom of their hearts. The Taishan Saint Sun stared at the nine-colored heavenly flower in the sky, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At the same time, Chunzong's figure appeared in the King Realm Tower, which also attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was either shocked or excited. Only the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They were as cold and sharp as swords, as if they were going to pierce through Chunzong. But Chunzong fearlessly looked back at the Taishan Saint Sun. Indeed, in the King Realm Tower, he had fought with the Taishan Saint Sun and defeated him. Although that wasn't the real Taishan Saint Sun, and the real Taishan Saint Sun would only be stronger, Chunzong had never been afraid. Even now, there was an obvious gap in cultivation. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. After all, he had greatly improved in the King Realm Tower. Moreover, after detonating the nine-colored heavenly flower, he had received the recognition of the King Realm Tower and the will of heaven and earth. Invisibly, his understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth had at least doubled. Originally, Chunzong's comprehension ability was very shocking. When he comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, he was far better than other geniuses. Now, his understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth had doubled. It was as if his comprehension ability had been improved in a disguised way. Of course, this was different from a direct increase in comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability increased, the effect of comprehension would be comprehensive. No matter what one comprehended, it would be faster. But now, the improvement was targeted at the mysteries of heaven and earth. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were very important. It was the main path of cultivation. Therefore, it was very useful. Although the effect would not be obvious in a short time, after a long time, the benefits would be very shocking. Chunzong had absolute confidence that he would surpass the Taishan Saint. First, suddenly, there was an exclamation. Many people stared. The Taishan Saint could not help but look away from Chunzong's face and on the nine-colored King Realm Monument. First place, Jiandi Chunzong. Jiandi. Everyone was shocked. He had the title of Emperor. Since ancient times, only the Emperor of Lingwu had been given the title of Emperor. This showed how difficult it was and how shocking it was. Now, there was one more. Jiandi. Being called an emperor with the sword meant that he had amazing talent and attainments in the way of the sword. This was not a title that others casually gave, nor was it a title that he boasted about himself. It was a title that was recognized by the King Realm Tower and the will of heaven and earth. Peerless talent. The first person since ancient times. In an instant, everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. The Taishan Saint's eyes became sharper. They were filled with terrifying, murderous intent. The murderous intent was shocking and filled the air. Everyone was terrified. The murderous intent seemed to want to kill Chunzong directly. However, it could not harm Chunzong at all. This was the King Realm Tower. The Taishan Saint did not dare to do anything. If he did, he would definitely be suppressed and punished by the King Realm Tower. The consequences would be severe. No one dared to offend him. Wait here, the Taishan Saint said to Chunzong. Then, his body faded rapidly and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had left. Since he had already passed the King Realm Tower and obtained a shocking title, there was no need for Chunzong to continue staying here. In the next instant, Chunzong's body faded rapidly and disappeared from everyone's sight. After Chunzong left, everyone seemed to explode. There were all kinds of discussions. Shocking. Shocking. After this day, the news would spread. At that time, the 9 realms would be shaken. After all, detonating the 7-colored heavenly flower was shocking enough. Detonating the 8-colored heavenly flower was even more shocking. As for detonating the 9-colored heavenly flower, it was unparalleled. Since ancient times, it was extremely rare. Moreover, this time, 2 people had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower consecutively. More importantly, the scale of one of the 9-colored heavenly flowers was shocking. Chunzong had obtained an emperor-level title and directly reached the top. He had surpassed the Emperor of Lingwu and become the first monstrous talent since ancient times. Thus, the world would be shocked. Outside the King Realm, in the Xianyuan world of Tianyuan's sacred region, where Chunzong had left, a 9-colored light rippled like water. It flickered continuously. Then, a figure condensed. It was Chunzong. Chunzong stood in the Xianyuan world with his eyes closed. He felt that the mystery of the world had become extremely clear. It was as if it was lingering in all directions and was within reach. This feeling was unprecedented. It was extremely wonderful. This was the mystery of heaven and earth. The mystery of the world was actually different in strength. If some places were stronger, it would be easier to feel and comprehend. However, if some places were weaker, it would be harder to feel and comprehend. At this moment, Chunzong's perception of the mystery of the world had more than doubled. This meant that in the future, Chunzong's comprehension of the mystery of the world would be twice as fast and twice as easy. He opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a 9-colored divine light flowing. It contained endless mystery. Let's go back first before going into seclusion. Chunzong thought to himself. It was not suitable for him to go into seclusion after returning. He extended his body and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he tore through the sky. He flew past at an astonishing speed and disappeared into the distance. Although his cultivation did not increase, his speed was several times faster than when he came. It was even more shocking. His journey was unimpeded, and he did not encounter any abnormal situations. As Chunzong flew towards his destination, he diverted some of his attention to comprehend the mystery of the world. Although this kind of comprehension couldn't be compared to closed-door cultivation, the effects weren't bad either. This was especially so after passing the King's Ceiling Pagoda. At every moment, Chunzong could sense that he was improving bit by bit. Maybe this wasn't much, but accumulating water would make a lot of water. When he accumulated enough, it would cause a qualitative change. He would break through his original shackles and rise to a higher level, becoming even more shocking. Chapter 1591. The sky was boundless and blue, like a huge gem, clear and bright, pleasing to the eye. The sky was vast, and the mind was lofty. A bolt of lightning flashed by at an astonishing speed. It was Chunzong, who was rushing towards the Xianyuan kingdom. Suddenly, the bolt of lightning slightly adjusted its trajectory and fell down like a meteor. It was so fast and powerful that it seemed like it was going to collapse the ground. At the moment the ball of lightning was about to hit the ground, it paused for a moment, and the lightning quickly dissipated. His body became as light as a feather and floated down. His feet touched the ground, and he did not even move a speck of dust. His long robe fluttered, as if it was rippling in the water, and then it gradually returned to silence. Chunzong stood still with his eyes closed, meditating and comprehending. Suddenly, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes. His eyes emitted an extremely cold light, as if two extremely sharp sword lights were tearing through the sky. They tore the air in front of him as if they were solid, and they drew across the ground, leaving two straight sword marks. The extreme sword was also unsheathed in an instant, and it turned into an extremely sharp sword light that tore through the void and attacked forward. The sword light was decisive, sharp, and indestructible. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could block the sharpness of this sword. But when the sword light was about to hit the boulder, it suddenly became soft, as if refined steel had turned soft, and in an instant, it surrounded the boulder. The sword light disappeared, and the boulder remained motionless. After a few breaths, a small mark appeared around the boulder, and it was cut in a circle from all directions and went straight into the boulder. The combination of hardness and softness. Chunzong did not use any power in this strike. It was only one of the mysteries of the 24 dragons and snakes painting. Unknowingly, his swordsmanship had improved again. Sheathing the extreme sword, Chunzong was about to continue flying, but he paused for a moment. His eyes stared ahead, and they were so sharp that even the air seemed to have become sharp. A figure was flying in front of him, and it was not fast, but rather leisurely. Staring at the figure in front of him, Chunzong's eyes seemed to ripple, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. That smile seemed to contain traces of killing intent. Ming Daozi. This person was none other than Ming Daozi, who had brought him and the other prodigies from the 4 upper regions to the Tianyuan sacred region. Back then, Ming Daozi had used his identity as an expert of Tianyuan sacred region to give the geniuses a chance to enter Tianyuan sacred region. He said that they would become disciples of his sect and receive training. But that was not the case. As soon as the geniuses entered the Tianyuan sacred region, they were betrayed by Ming Daozi and sold to the dark forces. If not for his decisiveness and good luck, he would still be in the dark forces and become their executioners. He might have even been killed. Perhaps Ming Daozi had brought him into the Tianyuan sacred region, and it was because he had entered the Tianyuan sacred region that he had obtained various opportunities and constantly improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds. This was a level that he could not achieve in the four upper regions. However, Chunzong would not be grateful to him, not even a little bit, because Ming Daozi had been up to no good from the beginning. Of course, Chunzong did not deliberately look for Ming Daozi, but since they had met, it was time to settle their grudge. Ming Daozi sensed Chunzong's gaze and immediately looked over. When he saw a young face, he was slightly taken aback. Then, he felt that this person seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Cultivators usually had good memories, but Ming Daozi had experienced many things over the past dozen years. In addition, he had brought the geniuses from the four upper regions into the Tianyuan sacred region and sold them to the dark forces. It was not a big deal to him, so he did not take those geniuses seriously. To be honest, in Ming Daozi's opinion, the geniuses from the four upper regions were nothing after entering the Tianyuan sacred region, and it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. Moreover, they had entered the dark forces, and it was unknown whether they could survive. In addition, as more than a dozen years had passed, Chunzong's temperament had changed a lot from before, so Ming Daozi did not recognize him. However, Ming Daozi instinctively felt that the person in front of him was not simple and seemed to be a threat to him. Moreover, he was so young, so he must be a peerless genius with a shocking background. Ming Daozi could not be an enemy of such a young genius, and it would be best if he could befriend him. "My name is Ming Daozi. How should I address you?" Ming Daozi approached Chunzong, cupped his hands, and asked with a smile, trying to show his goodwill. "My name is Chunzong," Chunzong said calmly, and the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be restrained. Chunzong. Ming Daozi was slightly taken aback. This name seemed to be very shocking over the years, but he did not know if this person was Chunzong. After all, the world was so big that it was not strange to have people with the same name. Some people would even deliberately change their names. "It seems that you don't recognize me." Chunzong smiled faintly, but when Ming Daozi saw that smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. There was no reason for it. "Do I know you?" Ming Daozi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. Although Ming Daozi's cultivation base was at the intermediate 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, and he was not weak in the Tianyuan sacred region, he was actually not ranked. After all, he was only at the intermediate 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, and there were many people in the Tianyuan sacred region who were stronger than him. Moreover, there was a kind of peerless genius who could fight and kill enemies above their level. If this person in front of him was really Chunzong, then he was a top peerless genius who could not be made an enemy of. If there was any misunderstanding, it was best to resolve it, even if it meant paying a price. "It seems that you really have forgotten," Chunzong said leisurely. "More than a decade ago, in the four upper regions, you tricked them into the Tianyuan sacred region and sold them to the dark forces." Ming Daozi's expression changed when he heard Chunzong's words, and scenes flashed through his mind. It had only been more than a decade, and it was actually a very short time. Now that he took the initiative to recall, the scenes from back then flashed through his mind. The face in front of him suddenly overlapped with the face from more than a decade ago. After all, Chunzong's performance back then was quite outstanding, and he was the most valuable genius among the four upper regions, so he had left a deep impression on Ming Daozi. "Let's end the grudge from back then." Chunzong didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his extreme-edged sword, and an incomparably sharp sword light instantly tore through the air. It was a lifeless strike, and it mercilessly attacked Ming Daozi. "So it's you. You actually managed to escape, but you'll die if you meet me," Ming Daozi shouted. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a ferocious and murderous look. Boom! The tyrannical aura of a middle ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator burst out without reservation and soared into the sky. Ming Daozi's figure flew forward at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of cold light. His fingers clenched together as he swept them forward from the side of his body, as if he wanted to pierce through everything with his sharp and unparalleled precision. This attack seemed to be indestructible, and it demonstrated Ming Daozi's amazing strength. However, this attack was nothing in Chunzong's eyes. It was nothing compared to the peerless geniuses he had faced before. Under normal circumstances, a Ninth Heaven Saint Realm cultivator's strength was indeed several times stronger than a Seventh Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. However, Chunzong wasn't an ordinary Seventh Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. He was a peerless monster who stood at the pinnacle of his generation. His strength couldn't be measured by common sense. Moreover, Chunzong's past opponents were all peerless geniuses. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very skilled in martial arts. When they performed ordinary moves, they could turn something rotten into something magical. Ming Daozi was only an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Although his martial arts were good, he could not be compared to those peerless geniuses. Regardless, Ming Daozi was a 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, and his strength was not weak. With a huge gap between their cultivation bases, it would not be easy for Chunzong to kill him. Fight! Ming Daozi's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Chunzong now. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Similarly, Chunzong wanted to end their feud, so he naturally wanted to kill Ming Daozi. Infinite Sword Chain Slash. As soon as this sword technique was displayed, it instantly closed in on Ming Daozi, causing him to be flustered. In terms of cultivation method, Ming Daozi was not as good as Chunzong. In terms of martial arts attainments, Ming Daozi was not as good as Chunzong. In terms of comprehension of Dao intent, Ming Daozi was not as good as Chunzong. The only thing he could surpass Chunzong in was his cultivation base. However, in the face of all these differences, cultivation base was not that important. Myriad streams, force field. In an instant, hundreds of torrents rushed toward Ming Daozi. Chunzong did not intend to fight for a long time. Although Ming Daozi's martial arts were not bad, the gap between him and his previous opponents was too obvious. It would not have any effect on him at all. Therefore, he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Under the impact of the hundreds of torrents, Ming Daozi's limbs and bones were immediately bound, making it difficult for him to move. In his horror, he immediately unleashed all his strength to break free from the torrents. However, when he broke free from the restraints of the 100 torrents, a sword light that was faster than lightning pierced through the sky like a stream of light and attacked him. Dodge! However, he was powerless to do anything. He only felt that his body had become incomparably heavy in an instant, and he was unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the beam of light pierced through the space between his eyebrows and flew out from the back of his head. Ming Daozi stared at Chunzong. His eyes gradually dimmed, and they were filled with unwillingness and regret. If he had known that this day would come, he would have killed this boy back then. Otherwise, he would not have left behind such a trouble that would lead to his death. Unfortunately, it was all too late. There was no medicine for regret. A drop of bright red blood fell from the extreme edge sword. The blade was not stained by even a speck of dust. It slowly entered the scabbard, and the sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard was very pleasing to the ear. Chunzong stared at Ming Daozi with an indifferent expression. Back then, Ming Daozi was a powerhouse that he could only look up to and made him feel like an ant in front of him. Now, he had lost his life under his sword. Moreover, it was not difficult for him to do so. In this battle, he had not unleashed all of his strength. This was the difference between an ordinary rogue cultivator and a peerless monster. Chapter 1592. To Chunzong, killing Ming Daozi was just settling a grudge. It wasn't a big deal, but Chunzong also felt that his essence, qi, and spirit seemed to have sublimated slightly. Chunzong quickly returned to the Xianyuan kingdom and went straight to the Xiantian army's camp to cultivate in seclusion. This was the territory of the Xiantian army, and there was the protection of the supreme Saint Xiantian divine general. Even a veteran supreme saint like Xianyuan Shangren would not dare to be presumptuous. If two supreme saint experts were to fight, the Xianyuan kingdom would probably fall apart. The price was too great, and no one could bear it. Moreover, Chunzong's title of Jiandi was a foregone conclusion. Chunzong began to cultivate in seclusion, but the outside world was turned upside down because of Chunzong's title. It turned out that the most monstrous talent of this era was not the Taishan Holy Son, but Chunzong, a person who had come from a humble background. No one had expected that he could reach this level. "It's really him," Xian Kongluo exclaimed. Chu Wangshi's expression was gloomy. He found it hard to accept. Chu Wangshi entered the king-naming pagoda a few years earlier than Chunzong, but in the end, it was only the seven-colored heavenly flower that exploded. Compared to most cultivators, it was incomparably amazing, but compared to the real monstrous talents, there was still a huge gap. Even if Chu Wangshi's ranking on the seven-colored king-naming tablet was high, he could not compare to the eight-colored heavenly flower, let alone the nine-colored heavenly flower. Chunzong was first on the seven-colored king-naming tablet and was titled as Jiandi. Crushing. It was a complete suppression, but Chu Wangshi was still extremely unwilling to accept this. Why? He was the most outstanding talent of the Xianyuan royal family. He was of noble birth and was the personal disciple of the supreme saint expert, Xianyuan Shangren. He had been trained since young, and his talent and strength were not comparable to others. And Chunzong was just a lowly person from a remote place. How could he reach the top? He was unwilling. So what? This was the truth. It was already a foregone conclusion that could not be changed. The entire Tianyuan sacred region was shocked by Chunzong. Countless people were talking about it, but the person involved was in closed-door cultivation. No one could see him. The Xintian army, especially the Xinxian army, was shocked at first, then overjoyed. This was because Chunzong was a member of the Xinxian army. This greatly increased the prestige of the Xinxian army. Jiandi, he was the first person in history, the first person in the way of the sword. Perhaps there were many people who were better and more powerful than Jiandi Chunzong in the way of the sword, but those people have been immersed in the way of the sword for much longer than Chunzong. He believed that with Chunzong's talent, it would not be difficult for him to catch up and surpass those people. As Chunzong's teammates, Tianji and the others were happy for Chunzong. As for Chu Zhongyang, he felt incomparably bitter. Since then, he had truly let go of the unreconciled competition between him and Chunzong. This was merely a one-sided competition. Chunzong had probably long since stopped seeing him as an opponent. It was laughable that he still could not let go. But it was fine now. The heavenly flower that exploded when he entered the kingship pagoda was only a seven-colored one. Moreover, his name on the seven-colored kingship tablet was only in the middle. There was a huge gap between him and an eight-colored one, let alone a nine-colored one. There was no need to say much about reaching the top. As for Sumu Bai, although he had already stopped competing with Chunzong in secret, he could not help but be dazed and shocked. Closed-door cultivation. Cultivation was not just cultivation techniques or swordsmanship. It was an all-round cultivation. After cultivating a cultivation technique, he would cultivate a swordsmanship. After cultivating a swordsmanship, he would comprehend the way. He was cultivating every moment. Improvement. Chunzong could feel that his overall strength was slowly improving. The great mystery art broke through again and reached the 29th level. He was only one level away from the great mystery art's great perfection realm. He remembered that the great mystery art's way intent would be even stronger. After obtaining the recognition of the will of heaven and earth, Chunzong's speed of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth increased greatly. The peak Dao intent, Heart Sword Dao intent, had already reached the 9th revolution. Above, that was the so-called extreme realm. However, it was not easy to reach the extreme realm from the 9th revolution. It might be a long process. Even though Chunzong had obtained the recognition of the will of heaven and earth, his comprehension speed had increased greatly. On the other hand, the comprehension speed of the intermediate Dao intent of wind, fire, and lightning was gratifying. They had broken through from the 8th revolution to the 9th revolution, and their power had increased accordingly. However, after the Tao intent reached the 9th revolution, it was the extreme realm. It was very difficult. Even though the intermediate Tao intent was easier to comprehend than the peak Tao intent, Chunzong could not reach it in a short period of time. As for the sword art, Chunzong had further comprehended the mysteries of the 24 dragons and snake's portrait. The more he comprehended this technique, the more he felt that its mysteries were astonishing. It was not inferior to the Heart Sword Saint's Heart Sword Sutra at all. Currently, he had already comprehended the mysteries of the Heart Sword Sutra. All that was left was to continuously integrate it and turn it into his own. This would take a long time. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had been in seclusion for 3 months. A large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged in from all directions and condensed into a turbulent airflow. It was as if it had turned into a vast ocean that appeared above the Divine Dark Army's camp, covering a radius of several hundred miles. This scene immediately alarmed many people. They were all astonished, but they all knew that the #1 monster of all time, Jindy, was cultivating in seclusion. Is it going to break through? Isn't this commotion a little too big? In the secret chamber, Chunzong took out a large amount of heavenly primary elixirs that contained pure energy. In an instant, a large amount of heavenly primary elixirs were shattered and turned into powder. An incomparably pure aura filled the air. It was extremely pure yuan qi, so dense that it was almost tangible. Chunzong inhaled through his mouth and nose like a whale sucking in water. Suddenly, the incomparably pure yuan qi that filled his entire body was like a dancing dragon. As it meandered, it rushed towards Chunzong's mouth and nose like a dragon swimming in the 4 seas. It directly entered Chunzong's body. At the same time, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that had gathered in the sky naturally condensed to the extreme. It poured down like a huge funnel and entered the heaven's gate above Chunzong's head. A 2-pronged attack, coordinated from the inside and outside. This time, Chunzong was trying to break through to the 30th level of the Great Mystery Art, which was also the final level. The final level was naturally more difficult to cultivate and was not so easy to reach. This time, Chunzong was relying on his profound accumulation and foundation to forcefully break through. If he succeeded, it would shorten a lot of time, and he would directly reach the great perfection realm and master the art. If he failed, he would be injured, and it would be difficult for him to break through to the 30th level in a short period of time. This was actually a gamble, but Chunzong was completely confident. Even if it wasn't 100%, it was at least 90%. Breakthrough. The great mystery art was fully activated, and an incomparably tyrannical energy rumbled in his body as if it wanted to shatter everything. This kind of power was extremely shocking. The rumbling sounds were like 10,000 bolts of lightning. It was extremely tyrannical and shocking. The shackles of the 30th level were even stronger than the 29th level, and it was even more difficult to break through. Moreover, Chunzong was forcefully breaking through, so the difficulty was many times greater. However, there was nothing that could stop this kind of conviction. It pressed forward courageously, like a hot knife through butter. Under the control of Chunzong's tyrannical divine sense, the majestic and pure great mystery, saint force, constantly condensed and compressed, finally condensing into a sword. Sword of yuan qi. A sword condensed from the pure and majestic yuan qi in his body. This sword could cut through heaven and earth. The sword's momentum was unparalleled and shocking to the extreme. Wherever it passed, there was nothing it could not destroy. Slash! The shackles were shattered and penetrated in an instant. Immediately after, the sword of yuan qi dispersed again, transforming into incomparably pure yuan qi. It quickly circulated along the path of the great mystery art and spread throughout his body. An incomparably carefree feeling arose spontaneously. It was very comfortable, and his entire body seemed to be on the verge of ascending. The 30th level. The great mystery art had reached the great perfection realm. The great mystic origin formula that had reached perfection allowed him to refine the yuan qi of heaven and earth much faster. A large amount of yuan qi that poured into his body from the sky was quickly refined into great mystic origin saint energy, causing Chunzong's cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds. His saint energy also became increasingly pure. A large amount of energy from the heavenly origin pills and the outside world's origin energy were continuously absorbed and refined. Chunzong's aura also continued to rise. Intermediate 7th Heaven Saint Realm. During the previous 3 months of cultivation, Chunzong's cultivation had always been at the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Now, due to the breakthrough in his cultivation technique, he had broken through to the intermediate stage. However, the intermediate stage did not stop there. His aura continued to strengthen and rise. He broke through again, reaching the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Chunzong's entire body was completely wrapped and so dense that it was almost tangible. It was as though a cocoon had been woven, and the person inside the cocoon seemed to be undergoing a transformation. His aura grew stronger again. Peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Gradually, the aura of the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm stabilized. A breakthrough from the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm to the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm was truly shocking. Moreover, this was a breakthrough in his cultivation technique that had reached perfection. The increase in his strength was even more obvious. Soon after, a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged and gradually condensed behind Chunzong. It condensed into a round ball that was white and emitted traces of light. It was like a white sun. This was the technique intent of the great mystic origin technique. As soon as this technique intent appeared, Chunzong immediately felt his great mystic origin saint force become even purer. It was about 30% purer. Different cultivation techniques often had different effects. When one cultivated to perfection and grasped merit intent, its effects would be stimulated to the extreme. Before the great mystic origin technique reached perfection, it was relatively weak among the top saint-level techniques. However, after reaching perfection and mastering the technique intent, it could increase the power of the great mystic origin technique by 30%. It would greatly increase the power of the great mystic origin technique and would no longer be inferior to top saint-level techniques. With this, the gap between Chunzong and the other peerless prodigies in terms of cultivation techniques had almost disappeared. In other aspects, he had an advantage. His strength had become stronger. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.